Testing 1, 2, the series. The road to 2027 officially kicks off on the 8th of February here in 2026. The promised land of Series Futsal Victoria, all to be played across the remaining 11 months of the extended new formatted season in the Series Futsal Championship of 2026. 7 of 1 clubs have the opportunity to find themselves in the promised lands of Australia's premier competition. For one of those, it all starts today. Adam Palombi live, bringing you championship coverage week in, week out. The SFV calendar year, the men's competition has officially struck its starting date with the opening clash between Melbourne Aryans FC up against Braybrook FC, a club who had found themselves in the championship following a successful State League 1 playoff campaign. They had defeated RMIT to ultimately be here. The side in orange, Ali Reza Shamkhani, the captain, manager, and man in charge of the side in blue, just getting acquainted with the boys new on the block in the championship. We'll look through the Aryans lineup shortly. Shamkhani, the goalkeeper. Shimu, Jalali, Mohammed, Dominguez, Venegas, Aguado. These 7 players all lining up today at the disposal of Shamkhani. As for Braybrook, Nguyen is the goalkeeper. Haifan, the captain, was lively in the State League playoff final against RMIT FC, where he was the man of the match in a game which is so important to those on court here. Mutabazi, Tepai, Doe, Togba, Husseini, and a double of both me and Richard Nguyen complete the lineup. It's the first time these two sides will face each other in previous Cup futsal. And there might be an opportunity for the Aryans, in which they take lots of composure upon the opportunity And Payam Jalali is the man to open the Series Futsal Championship campaign in terms of goals, not just for his side, but for the competition as a whole. And we have liftoff in the championship. Jimmy Nguyen just jostling to the bench. He seems to be a little bit uncomfortable by certain things. The goalkeeper was firmly in the midst of getting ready for this one. I think in doing so, he forgot his shin pads. The match official in the championship, retaining his spot from previous years, Michael Ciaras on broadcast side. Seb Sturell on the opposite flank for the men in blue. Benjamin Howell, the match official. Venegas had a tenure with Hume FC in Series Futsal. This time last year, the Aryans had a glaring opportunity yet again. It was Jalali inside the area. As he went the unselfish, trying to take the keeper out the equation. And an early double for those in blue. Well kept by Togba. In possession, back to the keeper, Nguyen. Measured nicely, looking for high. Shamkhani came a long way to get himself involved. High fun, bit pedestrian in possession, the captain. Sure he'll marry into this game nicely as it continues. Very warm conditions in the Darabin Community Sports Stadium today. Conducive to the weather, which is outside, but you tend to feel the effects of it further on the inside. Typical of this time of year. Venegas heads up for those in the production room. Melbourne Aryans were, of course, involved in the Series Futsal Victoria playoffs last season, finishing third and having spoken to the likes of Venegas. Pre-game, it was certainly an ambition they'll look to try culminate yet again. Longer season, new format, go all the way until the 6th of December. The return of Clubs Cup having an effect on the fixtures. Meanwhile, nicely done there was Tapai. Chance opened up on the follow-up rebound. An equaliser will be found courtesy of the captain. Haifan had to scramble. Shamkhani not happy with himself to not handle the ball. It's one apiece. Mohammed. Aguado trying to turn. Nguyen. Taipei back to Nguyen. Mohammed with the press. Jimmy Nguyen trying to make himself an option. Togba. Nguyen. Finds Min Nguyen nicely. It could be a great opportunity. In fact, it was. It was Richard Nguyen. The opportunity coming from across. His header gleaming wide, but there's a potential opportunity for a tap-in. It would have been Tapai, the recipient, if he was there for the pass, although he was in the position. His teammate wanting the glory, perhaps. Dominiquez had a bit too much time in possession. His shot ricochets off Nguyen. That's a nice matchup on the left of your screen. Togba and Dominiquez. Lots of physicality you'd expect to be on the cards there as the ball's poised towards the both of them. Nothing doing that time, bit of pressure. It was evident there, and well, getting away with things. Ultimately, it was Zia Hussein. Newen. Caught in possession. And that's the last person in the building you want to give the ball away to. Payam Jalali finds his double. Off some opportunistic forward pressure on his lonesome. Pressed hard, won the ball and finished truly. Is there a swift response on the cards imminently? It was Richard Newen. Technicality with the spin. The court starting to open up. Newen gets back to intervene. Mohammed in possession. Going all the way could have been Hussein. Sidestepping his way through. His shorts might say number 14, but his kit says 86. I'm sure those at home will be the judge of what number we should deem him as. Dominguez, Venegas asked a lot of the pivot. Jimmy Newen. Took too long, says Ciaris. They were the 5 seconds all chewed up. And the Aryans have an opportunity yet again. It was Ali Reza Shamkhani just before we kicked off mentioning the approach, the opening 10 minutes of the contest. Wanting trust between all his teammates. A real focused approach was the cry from the goalkeeper, captain and manager. There's a triage of roles at the club. It's involved in all the processes. So Mohammed behind the free kick opportunity. He rolls it and Dominguez has the opportunity, which in truth he swung at, and Doe was able to slide to prevent anything from reaching his goalkeeper. Dominguez. Jalali. Fan wanted the sideball to be orange. In fact, it will remain with Venegas. Trickles all the way back to Shamkhani. Mohammed. Dominguez flicking, crafty. And Mohammed tried to go around the world. That could be a handball. Sturell was certainly in a position to deem otherwise. As Hussein got his shot away. Shamkhani. Brilliant reaction save, and the man in yellow certainly smiling about it. Every right to. Deceptive from Hussein. He wanted to go towards the keeper's near post, and it was a big boot to prevent it from going in from Ali Reza Shamkhani. Fine goalkeeping. Mohammed dispossessed, and now Fan wants to wheel around Venegas. He did just enough to get the ball back to his keeper, and the 1-2 release is on. Dominguez ahead of Venegas. Jalali, ball comes in. Now Newen. Fan crosses in. An opportunity opens up for Braybrook. It gets a bit scrambly, and all in the end, it fell to Fan, who hit the post. Suggesting it was Doe with the lack of composure. He scuffed his effort. It fell right into the path of Doe. who had struck the post, but the danger not averted yet for the side in front. A duo of corners. Hussein's effort blocked. Side ball on the opposite flank. Hussein showed strength to try to get around Dominguez, although it was unbalanced as the ball was crossed into the mixer. Hussein. Fan wasn't really opening himself up, although the ball came towards him. Doe. Hussein. Fan. Doe was strolling through. You can see the Aryans on the bench perhaps wanting to issue a timeout. Lunging at the ball was Shimo. Dominguez in that forward flurry. Jalali chasing a first half hat-trick. Fan. Nice composure. Nguyen. Hussein. Has to get around Jalali, who likes a firm press. Nguyen. Can't go back to the keeper, says Ciaris. But the timeout was issued by Shobani Shokri. It's the Melbourne Aryans who lead 2-1. They've had a quick start to this one, courtesy of Payam Jalali. And upon the resumption of play, have a free kick in a promising position. Timeout. Back from the break. Jalali wants Venegas to be an option. A real prominent opportunity this could be. Aryans chasing their third goal. Dominguez was in the Braybrook wall momentarily. We await Ciaris' whistle. What can transpire here is, well, Venegas wanted to be a decoy out of Sava. Samuel Shimo. Nguyen just gets away with it. Miscommunications all around the court. Venegas. Jalali. Shimo. Ricochets back towards him, Shimo. Finds Venegas on the lateral flank. Shimo. Jalali. Dominguez holding up the space. Jalali! Went on his own. He found half a shooting window. And once it opened up, he jumped right through it. The net bulged. Newen will complain to his defence, but there's no complaining about the Melbourne Aryans number 10. It's a first half hat-trick for Payam Jalali. 3-1 on the scoreboard. Can Braybrook now fire back? Fujido trying to catch out Shamkani across the keeper's face of goal. Dominguez. Venegas, they're in control now. Shimo, deft touch for Dominguez. It was crossed inside the semicircle. Deflecting ball, Newen done just enough to read it. Hussein gets to his captain somehow, Fan. Back to Hussein. Shimo wears it on his back. Look to the remaining championship clashes for the first round of the new calendar year. Bullin take on Northcote. The State League 1 winners. Their first match up in the championship. Followed by, of course, Footsgray and RMIT to round out of the first match day. The Kingston Eagles have the bye this week. It's a cliche that might be said year in, year out, but more than ever, it seriously could be anybody's title in the championship. Carlton Hart, having begun the first season in the Series Futsal Victoria men's competition, were relegated, but straight back up with a championship victory. Rejuvenated our Carlton Hart, but it all stemmed from their building blocks in the championship. It's been a case-by-case basis, this competition, and how it can really inspire clubs to find success in greater pastures. Pascoe Vale, of course, were in State League 1 at one stage a couple of years back. 2 consecutive promotions. Our contenders for the Premier title. So it's a safe assumption that the clubs in this year's edition of the championship will be looking to emulate the same. Fan. Brilliant ball. Reaching all the way to Richard Newen. Shamkani closed the angle. Shimo, Dominguez, lots of strength. Fan had the technicality to slide and get the ball away. Dominguez. Shockery back to the side ball taker. Shimo, Venegas, first time, Dominguez. Shimo takes it on. Newen handles. Newen not able to control the ball. Slides away from him. Mohammed. Shimo, nice deft touches from the number 3. Dominguez, Togba with the heavy press, and now a chance for Braybrook. Shamkani comes a long way. Braybrook have a side ball inside. They're attacking third, and that's what's made them issue a timeout from the bench. They're chasing the game. They trail by 2 goals as we cross to a timeout break.
في أكبر
They were swift to call for a break. Both timeouts being issued by both benches. Newen. Fan got through the traffic. Shamkani got low. Venegas. Togba just now residing further up the court. Newen. Venegas tried to get crafty. And they work it out somehow, the Aryans. Mohammed took it on in a rush, and Newen was in much of the same to get the ball moving still. Put his captain under so much pressure. And Fan had to just get boot to ball, but another opportunity could be on the cards. Open in abundance at the back. Braybrook, but it was Mohammed whose bend just went a bit wide. Venegas earns possession back inside his defensive semicircle. Shimo doesn't mind an intricate pass, but on that occasion, perhaps got a bit overzealous. Fan. Newen. Brilliant ball, an opportunity might open up here for those in orange. Mutabazi. A lovely drop of his shoulder. Now has a corner to take. Togba. Mutabazi tried to go as lateral as he could. It opened up for Fan. Hits the wall behind that of Shamkani. Togba tries to go around the keeper. Venegas. A makeshift block, and now on the counter, an opportunity might open up. Shimo only had eyes for Dominguez. He could have perhaps taken a touch or two towards Newen. That's the double-edged sword which Braybrook are currently playing at. They're happy to throw men forward, but in doing so, don't have much of a defensive shape. Somehow Mohammed's come away with the ball. Newen was tested again. Mohammed takes it on. Newen now just wants to go, the goalkeeper. It's all a part of his game. He rolls for Togba. Shamkani was urged to shoot. Newen gets back in his goal line. Shimo, brilliant ball for Venegas. Time stands still, and they make a mess of it, the Aryans. Togba at the other end. Mutabazi tried the 1-2. Really opened up now this contest. Mohammed, not around Newen. Looks towards that of Steve Sturrell. Or Seb Sturrell, rather. At that Ali Mohammed as he was bundled to ground. Anything, he somewhat ran into his direct opponent, so it's hard to deem that the case. Mohammed, Dominguez, Togba getting back. Venegas, Dominguez, space opening up. Mohammed! It was coming. And the damn wall breaks open for Ali Mohammed, who's been lively in this first half. He opens his account for the season. And it was almost expected considering his positioning in later stages of this first half, always in the right place at the right time. There was a 2-on-1 in which Shimo was trying to utilise Dominguez early. Togba at the other end, trying to go around Venegas. Had got around him momentarily, but wanted to go back for seconds. Dominguez is very fortunate that the half-time whistle sounded right as he was brought to ground. Braybrook escape. They look out of gas already. The Aryans looking They're trying to personify the words they were echoing before this contest started. We have half-time in the Series Futsal Championship. Melbourne Aryans have struck 4 goals in this opening half. Braybrook, the lone goal courtesy of Newen as we cross to our half-time break. Back underway. The Aryans having quite the impactful first half, but a swift response could be early in the second from Braybrook. And right from the kickoff, Ilidon Tapai had the instincts inside the attacking semicircle. And Braybrook have reduced the deficit within moments. Well, it was all the Payam Jalali show in the first half, and now another opportunity could be opening up. Tapai could have gone solo. Shamkhani was in no man's land, having come out off his line. He opted to cut back for Hussein, but the block was made quickly. The Aryans under some pressure. Foreign to them so far. Shamkhani happy for a double of no-nonsense clearances. Hussein. Min Nguyen. Leguado finds Jalali. He knows how close he was there. The post denying the number 10 of his 4th goal in this contest. Nguyen, spearing ball. Hussein. Tapai. Trying to make it work, Braybrook. Can't fault them for getting creative upon the resumption of play. Mohammed. Jalali. Venegas. Mohammed just pushing forward off the ball. Jalali. Mohammed. Oh, had used a bit of deception ahead of Min Nguyen, although comes to nothing. Hussein. Min Nguyen. Zia Hussein. Onto his left. Block from Leguado was present. He's in possession now. Options queuing up. Venegas on his lonesome. Fan. One-on-one with Jalali. Hussein for Fan. Braybrook with a quick-fire double. High Fan polarising the Melbourne Aryans defence. A rock and a hard place for Payam Jalali. And upon the 50-50 ball win from the goal scorer, Braybrook automatically now find themselves within a 1-goal deficit. From nothing, mind you. Aryans might have thought they had all the control leading into this second half, and how quick the script has been flipped. Venegas, Dominguez. Venegas trying to loft it. Richard Nguyen, Min Nguyen. Husseini! Took a touch on its journey through. Corner. Husseini again. Venegas with the block. Dominguez. Big foot in from Zia. Husseini to prevent any forward movement from the side who were in front by 3 goals. Dominguez. Mohammed. Venegas. Mohammed. Dominguez. Braybrook now opting to force the Aryans to go wide. Venegas is isolated. Rich Nguyen with the press. Dominguez and Husseini come together. An interesting matchup to keep your eyes on. If it's not Togba, it will be Husseini. Shamkhani didn't really want possession. Venegas wasn't sure where to go upon receiving it. There's a real spring in the step of those in orange on court. Sensing an equaliser. They'll have a corner. And Newen. At half a yard following the corner. Venegas. Jalali. Seems to be the ace up the Aryans sleeve. Taipi closes the hat-trick hero down. As previously mentioned, the resolve of Braybrook, the playoff final against RMIT. They don't mind coming from behind. Tend to have that ferocity to their game. Dominguez parried back out to Venegas. Dominguez, Muhammad, it's getting really messy. Newen cradles the ball like a newborn. He couldn't believe that he was there to receive it. As Taipi is working out of a phone box, but still has possession his. With the side ball, back to Newen. Taipi comes off in a very unorthodox way. Fan, Newen, back to Fan. Wants to go on his left. Shamkani hacks the ball away. Venegas and Newen coming together. Venegas from the side ball. Jalali, Venegas. Muhammad holding things up. His back turned to goal. Dominguez, Muhammad, Venegas. A bit more fluency. At the Aryans passing now. Venegas does nicely to find Dominguez. He was shifting through and all he could manufacture was a shot off his right foot. At the other end, Shamkani off his line. Might have offsided that of Mutabazi. Fujido had his effort high and not very handsome at the keeper. Hassini pickpockets Venegas as he shot cannons wide of both posts. Braybrook on the prowl. Jalali just dropping off a little bit in this second half. Not able to control the ball on that occasion. Mutabazi, Fan. Shamkani. Shimo. Always looking for a pass. Trying to guide it into the path of Paulo Dominguez. Fan. Hassani got too creative for his own liking. Shokri. Venegas. Shimo. Fan. Hassani, bit of power on it, deflecting also off the boot of Venegas. Deep side ball. In fact, Seb Sterile is saying to Fujido, you have a corner. Retake it deeper, son. I'm sure Fam would, if no daring assumption, want that opportunity back. Shimo, deft touch, Shokri. Newen goes really long and that's a major error from Shamkani, who tried to go all the way off his line. Ultimately, Zaire Hassani was able to turn away from the keeper, who came a long one. And believe it or not, We're level. And an opportunity might open up shortly after. Shimo hits the deck. Fan involved. Elise Mutabazi following the Aryans kickoff was one-on-one with Shamkani. And Melbourne seem to understand the situation they're in currently. A timeout has been called by the Melbourne Aryans, who were up by 3 goals heading into the second half. Braybrook have levelled the game. It's 4 goals apiece. Nice way to open up the Series Futsal Championship calendar year. We cross to a timeout break. Shimo getting busy. Hosseini, it's 2 against 1. How important the slide tackle was there. Corner for Braybrook. Struck sweetly by Fan. Shamkani now facing the music. Fan. Both sides trading possession in the centre of the court. Togba wins it back. Mutabazi using some strength. Was crafty and composed to try to open up the space for Hosseini. Dominique is not away from Mutabazi. Togba was an option, but so was a shot perhaps for Elise, who never pulled the trigger, which was his right foot. And it's crept in. Mutabazi, it ricochets off of Shokri. Completely wrong footing Shamkani. A blunder from the highest order. And Braybrook are in front. Remarkable. How's the response now from the Aryans? It's inevitable. It was straight from kickoff. Dominiquez cancels out a complete catastrophe at the other end. And following a bizarre set of circumstances you'd only find in the championship, we're back on level terms. Mutabazi, Fan, Hosseini, cross comes in, Shamkani palms away, 3 against 1 now for the Aryans. Newen does really well to find that of Mutabazi, who gets it back, hits the post, Hosseini slides in, Venegas clears. Not a bad one for the neutrals to start off the championship campaign of 2026. Venegas. Try the provocative. Hosseini. It's really come into this game. That was a nice lateral ball for Fan. Mutabazi has a side ball. Braybrook have an idea or two as Fan shifted away. Togba! Nonchalant, the goal scorer, but nothing nonchalant about that. Dekanui Togba with a hit that we won't forget anytime soon. It was almost secondary nature to the number 99, who puts Braybrook back in front. We've had multiple lead changes, and Braybrook have issued a timeout. The emphasis fully on the number 99 of Dekanui Togba, who finished from outside the area with something of a superlative, which finds Braybrook in front by a goal. 5-4, in fact, make it 6-5 the score as we cross to a timeout break. Back in the thick of this one. Had a few talking points develop throughout it. Jalali streaming forward. Has a side ball. Some very firm words being thrown around the Aryans team talk following the timeout. How can that get them back together? Togba should not have license to shoot following his recent golazo. Shimo had really no other options. I think that's the first time today we've seen the number 3 take a shot on. Shimo. Bit shallow for Mohammed. Ciaris in a position to ensure that the ball remains blue. Shimo will resume play. Jalali, lots of pace on the ball. Shimo, unfortunate not to get there. Togba, strolling forward, trying to keep it on his right foot. Hosseini, off half a step, blazes over the crossbar. Mohammed trying to get some movement going, although Togba is the man mounted in front of him. Jalali skipped through. Togba sent it back to Braybrook with that clearance. Jalali. Fan. Pressing high. Shamkhani has to go. Took a lot of time. Venegas does not have the legs to get there. Shamkhani sees it all the way through. Muhammad. Venegas. Jalali. Deeper. Down the court this second half. Venegas. Jalali not happy. The Aryans number 6. 3-on-1 situation. Was all there for them. So Braybrook now with the more composed approach. Well, not quite in fact. Possession changes hands. Muhammad. Venegas. Jalali. Skipping through still Jalali. Togba away with the ball. It's a 3v2 situation for Braybrook. Fan wasn't sure what to do. Shimo. Hosseini. Many standing challenges applied from the 86. Looking to clear everything. Fitting of his number. Venegas trying to loft through the adversity. Fan rolls for Togba, who's going to get there. Togba. Fan. Back to Togba, has the strength. Venegas has the tenacity to earn possession back for the Aryans. Jalali. Shimo went the first time pass. Going in frustration, which you can understand from an Aryans perspective. Had such a firm grip on this game. Now they're looking for volleys from truly outside the area to try and get themselves back into it. Hosseini impeded by that of Sava. Samuel Shimo as Taipi re-emerges on the court. Hosseini might fancy his chances from here. Hits the wall, serves its purpose. Fan onto Taipi. Dominguez keeps the ball alive, took a bit of a stumble, did the big fella, kept his feet nicely. Venegas. Muhammad. Dominguez. Muhammad. Jalali. Trying to skip through all the traffic, still going. Dominguez off the line. Taipi was the last line of defence, the big number 12. And he prevents what would have been a certain goal. Jalali's corner. Off the volley. Already in the book today. I'll make that the score sheet for Muhammad. The volley kept lofting. He's pressing high here. Rich Newen. Might have just used his body to ensure Muhammad wasn't to get to the ball before him. Dominguez. Venegas. Ball just sliding. On court one at DCSS. It's been hard to control. Not far away from this one ending. Jalali. Muhammad. What a result this will be for Braybrook if they can hold on. Dominiguez. Mohammed. Braybrook flooding back. Dominiguez! Off the swivel, the number 9. Demonstrates why that number is on his back. No real sight for the sticks. He spins, fires with his left, and we're back on level terms yet again. And how the Aryans can use this late flurry of momentum. Venegas, Dominiguez, we're in our last minute. Typey does just enough. Dominiguez hits the deck. Venegas off it as well, and Newen is one-on-one with Shamkani. Venegas had to slide, and he'll have to go on the book for his efforts. Newen played on. The challenge was never really too impeding on the number 77. Venegas wanting to take one for the team, but never made full contact. Hey Fan, upon his first championship game, has a situation where he can write more folklore here for the clubby captains. Fan from the free kick opportunity hits the wall. Newen, and now Jalali has Dominiguez. The Aryans can win it here. Newen stands tall. Opportunity not a begging yet. Jalali trying to shift through. Fan does just enough. Jalali wanted the headlines all for himself perhaps. Dominiguez was in full support, and the 3 points might have just evaporated for the side, who are leading by 3 goals at one stage. Fan knocks it long. It's aimless in truth. 11 seconds on the clock. A classic in the championship on the cards in being created early in this season. Dominiguez, precious seconds off the clock. Jalali, is there time for one last chance? There won't be. The clock honest for all. And what a contest it was to kickstart the Series Futsal Championship of 2026, with both sides unable to be split after the full 40. The full-time score, Melbourne Aryans FC 6, Braybrook FC 6. The State League 1 winners take to court against Northcote FC. And right from the kickoff, they've tested Finley Kerridge, who had to dive. Pexty, the counterpart goalkeeper, in quite the kit. That's the talking point in this one. As Bullin are off to a quick start, have another corner. Pexty trying to make things work on the broadcast side with Escalating. Comes in, opportunity, might open up. Footsgray was inside the area. Now some composure can be called upon by Marasic, or you might know him as Mookalicious. Possession trading hands early. Chris Aratus was pressing heavily. And has a corner. Chris Aratus crosses in. Escanilla would have been the recipient. Escanilla just not able to do much with it, and finally we have a bit of poise. It was a quick start to this one. Northcote rejuvenated following a pretty heavy transfer window. Well equipped. Here's the side, now opportunity at the other end might open up. It was Daniel Calvalche Geraldo who controlled it nicely, but Confronted with the one-on-one situation. Nice Pexty is the goalkeeper for Bullin. Escalating joins the likes of Kyriakos. Chrysaratis, who just as we're reading the team sheets out, has scored. Nick Chrysaratis opens none of the State League 1 champions account in the Series Futsal Championship. Northcote trail early. Razul, Futarat and Igotso round out the lineup for the side in front. Northcote with a well and truly further equipped bench. They have a total of 5 more players than those in dark blue on court to those in white and aqua. Arasic dispossessed, now Escanilla. The goal scorer, Chrysaratis, not through the traffic. It was Lynn who got involved. The 2-on-1 situation opens up here. Lynn, ball comes in. There's a rolling foul in the end in favour of Northcote. It was Giovanni Garcia who wasn't able to latch onto the ball in from Lynn. Chrysaratis. Kerridge makes himself big and rolls quickly. So for Northcote, Marasic, Kerridge, Akar, Garcia, Geraldo, Lynn, Haskell, Merim, El Kawaja, Grillo, Ranzolan and Merriman. Both Ryan and Lewis completing the lineup. No time to really flesh it out in depth. It's been a quick start to this one. Player manager Isho Haskell coordinating the Northcote bench as a trio of substitutions he wants to make imminently. The near post, the idea. From Geraldo, who flicks on. Garcia deflecting. Peter Lynn watched it sail out. It will be a Northcote corner. Lynn, on defended by Futarat. Chrysaratis. Progressing deeper down the court. Futarat. Brilliant ball. The diag was superb for Chrysaratis, whose effort went over the crossbar, but Bullin certainly showing with the makings to take it to Northcote and then some. Marasic, El Kawaja, advancing forward, has a real flair about his game, does the number 10. Chrysaratis! Advanced forward, and Nico Chrysaratis is there to find a quick double and a personal brace. State League 1 winners, the 2-goal lead. Marasic. Merriman. Asked a fair bit of Al-Khawaja. Usually find him at Futsal in Brunswick or helping with production here in the series futsal realm. One of Matty likes to apply his trade on the court. As James Razul, the captain, earns his first match minutes. Kyriakos. It's Merriman and Pexty. Happy to chase the ball out of play. Gets it moving. Kyriakos. Igotso. Also on court for the first time. Kyriakos lofting the nice ball. Poised for the height of Razul. They have that within their game. Does Bullin. They don't mind looking to go long and have some accuracy behind these passes deeper down the court. Merriman buys a corner. Pexty bounces off Marasic and releases. Igotso the target. Merriman heads to safety. Igotso. Kusaratis. Takes it on! Kerridge had to adjust prominently. Razul's corner. Kyriakos. Pexty. Kyriakos. Shifting, Igotso inside the semicircle. He worked it for Razul. His shot blemishing wide. Razul has the height to head the ball up into the roof, preventing the lurking Al-Khawaja from getting a sniff. Marasic. Merriman back to Marasic. The two exchanging possession between themselves. Merriman, combination of Lewis and Ryan trying to culminate. Doesn't come to fruition this time of asking. Al-Khawaja, Merriman, Geraldo. Al-Khawaja, deft touch, allowing for some infiltration from Merriman. That of Ryan. Pexty. Kyriakos, Razul. Bullin with some control. Kusaratis. Igotso. Razul. Kyriakos, Razul, Bullin. Keeping possession. They were under some pressure and Kyriakos wasn't able to control. Merriman. Geraldo. Al-Khawaja and Merriman. Brilliant ball it was. Right down the centre of the court. That for an opportunity to open up. And once more the Merrimans come together. In terms of height, a slight mismanagement, or mismatch rather, between those in offensive and defensive positions in the Bullin half. Razul and Kusaratis having the height up against their direct opponents. Kusaratis got away. Was looking for a hat-trick. Perhaps similar to how the previous encounter started. The Aryans having all the ascendancy early. Eventually ran out of gas. Bullin have definitely shone brighter in the opening exchanges. Just might question their overall stamina. Compare the bench opposite them. Northcote well and truly more equipped. Crusoratis keeping the ball. Presses heavy from Northcote. Crusoratis trying to glide around Kerridge. Kyriakos. Pexty. Razul. Trying to get around. That is direct number. And Peter Litt. Garcia. Geraldo. Lynn. Garcia. Kerridge can't touch it, he says to his teammates. And Bullin want to issue a timeout right before the corner's taken, which Michael Ciaris will facilitate. Upon the resumption of play, it's Northcote who are chasing 2 goals. Bullin in front by that margin, courtesy of Nico Crusoratis, as we cross to a timeout break. Bullin's corner. Putarats combining, Razul keeping. Possession momentarily, although the ball bobbles out of play. Geraldo. Pexty wants to come away, was dispossessed. And Northcote trying to capitalise upon all the chaos which ensued. Never opted to shoot, but still have possession. Garcia. Geraldo. Igotza with the block, the heavy press. Kerridge had to get it away. Futarats measured for Razul. The back heel. Geraldo had to clear. Couldn't as far as it got so. It's been told to shoot. And Lynn got his body in the way. Save from Kerridge. To the path of Grillo. Igotza. Futarats. Big spin from Escanilla. Futarats was just in front of the ball. Grillo. Garcia. Geraldo. Grillo. Garcia. Lynn. Bullin just tucking in. They've dropped firmly back inside their defensive half. Geraldo around Razul. Falls to Grillo. It propped up for the number 9 to strike on the volley. Razul, lovely flick on! And the Decanio-esque effort from Footarat. Was the instinctive idea by the Bullin number 4. Would have been some way to mark their 3rd goal in the clash so far. Pexty had to palm away. Northcote try and find something from this corner. That reflects on the scoreline. Grillo! Through all the traffic. Has all the power to earn Northcote their 1st goal in this clash. Nothing pretty about it, just boot to ball, sheer power. The ascendancy might just flip in favour of those in white. Grillo, not around Krusaratis. Barasic, Merriman. Grillo. Merriman trying to thread it through for the recent goal scorer. Too much pace on the ball, but the movement certainly keeping Bullin on their feet. Krusaratis shifting onto his right. Krusaratis, Kyriakos, Marasic, ball just exchanging ownership. Result. Calling out from his bench to have some composure. Garcia had earned possession back, although Krusaratis, all he wants to do is just put his head down and go to work. Try test Kerridge. The defender's in front of the shot stopper. It's been a thorn in Northcote's side so far. As the Bullin number 11. Footarat. One to Kyriakos. Escanilla backtracking, big slide from Footarat on the backtrack. Garcia, Grillo, similar corner situation in which the number 9 had scored from. Pexty rolls it for Taras. It's a great delivery yet again from downtown all the way to the city. And Krusaratis His case won't go unnoticed. He knew there was a level of impatience. And Kyriakos is behind the free kick. Escanella all on his own. Could provide a lateral passing option. Bullin wanting to reinstate a 2-goal buffer. This potentially their best chance to do so. Kyriakos goes A1 direct. Kerridge had the initial save. But Dennis Kyriakos finds the back of the net. And Bullin FC do reinstate their 2-goal buffer on the cusp of half-time. Pexty opting to roll it short to the recent goal scorer, Escanella. Crusoratis. Tumbling. Kerridge advancing higher up the court. Back towards Marasic. Grillo was the target. It was Pexty. He was uncertain where the ball had gone. There was many bodies in his way, the goalkeeper. Kyriakos wanted a deep ball for Escanella. But Isho Haskell has the timeout finally issued, having handed it in to Michael Ciaris. Northcote trail by 2 goals, 3-1 the score in favour of Bullin FC as we cross to a timeout break. Well, Haskell was protesting to those around us that the timeout wasn't exactly issued at the stage he wanted it to be called. And in doing so, perhaps not using it to its full fruition, but it's hard to envision another time in this half where it could be of a greater moment for a bit of pause. Pexty, Crusoratis, Kyriakos. Crusoratis trying to rampage through. Merriman has Grillo, who was opting for the top right corner with a curling effort. Shaving the crossbar on its way through as Crusoratis. He's certainly been feeling it today, has Nico. Can Northcote find something just as the half comes to its conclusion? Grillo. Shot deflecting off of Escanella. Corner. Marasic. Pexty was lunging at the deflecting ball, which in his mind I'm sure was nearing his bottom left corner. Grillo. Kyriakos pressing the Northcote goal scorer, Marasic. And the fixo, Merriman. Brilliant pass for that of the younger Merriman, who wants that opportunity back. Does Lewis. Futarats just nipping at the heels. Krusaratis. Futarats inside the attacking semicircle. Grillo trying to push forward. All ball. This is that of Seb Sturell. Marasic. Merriman. Marasic. Was trying to rally in the last 5 seconds, but that will be half-time in our second match of round 1 in the Series Futsal Championship. It's the newcomers of Bullin FC, the State League 1 champions of 2025 Season 2, who have a 2-goal lead against Northcote FC with the score 3-1 as we cross the half-time. Play resumes. Bullin Northcote. The side in white needing to rally. They're trailing by 2 goals. Could have nearly just gone from bad to worse again following kickoff. Conditions still warm inside the DCSS Stadium. Pexty. Kyriakos. Kerridge had his posts covered. Pexty was goal-bound from the keeper. Lovely control to find Escanilla. Lofting ball, poised for the captain, Razul. Geraldo. Garcia. Al-Khawaja. Geraldo. Garcia still turning. Escanilla waving his finger to say no foul in that. Al-Khawaja opening up space for Garcia. Lynn back to Garcia. Might have been the move in which Northcote were trying to make happen. More of a combined effort in terms of interplay between those in white inside their offensive half. Escanilla, Kyriakos. Brilliant reverse ball! Futsarat off the post. That would have been champagne futsal. Geraldo at the other end has lit on for the pass in a lateral area. His cross was rushed and Razul was able to clear. If only we had replays to show that brilliant ball from Kyriakos to unleash that of Futsarat deep down the court. Measured to perfection on the Bullin FC number 15. Futsarat now looking to get away, and Razul's on for the pass. Back to Futsarat, and in for their fourth of Bullin FC. Unselfish play from the captain, and the effort from going from one side of the court to the other was showcased in a finish by Futsarat. And Northcote have a taller mountain to climb. Igotso wasn't sure. Geraldo was. Lynn in a position to shoot. Scanilla putting his body on the line. Geraldo, Escanilla, the block, Lynn, and now Chrysoratis doesn't mind running at players. As he stepped inside, took a tumble. Kyriakos got strong in the press. Chrysoratis wanted to find the advancing Kyriakos. Igotso in the mix. Kyriakos back to the keeper. Pexty opted to let loose. Al-Khawaja. Harasic. Garcia in towards Geraldo. Pexty remained committed to staying on his line, and in doing so, read it best. Marasic. Al-Khawaja. Pexty being called upon. Was able to make the save, the keeper, who it must be said is wearing perhaps the best goalkeeper kit we've seen in SFV about the last couple of years. Colourful. His goalkeeping, in all honesty, through my lens, is rather traditional, not matching his kit. Don't mind the two different worlds coming together. Marasic, deepest for Northcote. Geraldo. Lovely change of direction it was from Garcia. Put the skates on in the end. Kusaratis wanted Igotso. Bullin wanted the foul. Al-Khawaja advanced. Kyriakos went in firm but fair. This game started to get a little bit provocative from all senses of the word. Geraldo will continue playing. Marasic wanted to also, but deeper down the court on the tarmac still. Madi Al-Khawaja clutching at the lower region of his right leg. He looks to be in the world of pain. And Isho Haskell will investigate the welfare of his number 10 who lanes on the ground. He has had a history of injuries in his young career. Has Al-Khawaja had a knee issue plaguing him throughout 2025. But now seems to, you'd hope, not be facing much of a similar time where he was plagued by something of that nature. And as the welfare of Mahid Al-Khawaja is being investigated, we will cross to a short commercial break. Resumption of play. Northcote just investigating the welfare of Al-Khawaja, who slowly gets back up to his feet, but this game slowly getting a bit out of hand. Northcote not exactly too fond of the aggressive nature they're claiming Bullin have been going about this one within. Kusaratis looking for a cross. A cross comes out of Merriman, the Ryan variety, to have the ball go out of play. But Northcote certainly incensed following the harsh challenge on Al-Khawaja. And Kyriakos goes into the book. It was Merriman was looking to charge away, and Kyriakos knew his player was advancing away, hence he put his body firmly in between himself and the ball. Bit of animosity starting to build. The Merrimans trying to combine yet again. Pexty had to go, went short. Razul only had a wide option. The man of the book being Kyriakos. Marasic and Merriman. Lewis Merriman. Marasic. Geraldo circling. Marasic wasn't sure where to go. He's been pickpocketed by Kusaratis. Igotso! Cheers from the Bullin FC bench as they start to run away with this one. A 4-goal lead for the State League 1 champions. Northcote starting to feel the implications of this one. And they're letting perhaps the game and its severity of the situation get to them mentally at the moment. You can hear from their bench they're not too happy with the official of Seb Sturell. It's all about how they remain composed. Kyriakos had his shirt pulled, kept going. Chrysaratis had struck it, but with not real placement. It was certainly high and wide off the one step. Kyriakos had done well to break the shirt pull and keep things going. Merriman trying to combine. Chrysaratis has Kyriakos on for the pass. Kerridge made himself big. Kyriakos doesn't mind throwing himself at whatever's in front of him, even if it's a keeper. Igotso, Chrysaratis, Marasic. Igotso took charge, play resumed. But on the far side, it's Benjamin Howell who has called play back, which does Northcote a favour. Kyriakos having a spell. He's been very busy these last few minutes. Well, Justice Grillo taken the kick in. Haskell was even quicker to issue a timeout. Northcote and Bullin, it's starting to bubble. It's Bullin with a 4-goal advantage as we cross to a timeout break. Short refresher inside the second half of the second half. Kerridge advancing from his goalkeeper position. Bullin flooding back. Marasic. Futsal got a foot stuck in. Lovely spin. What was the idea from Merriman? Igotso flicks away from him as he tussled with Ryan Merriman. Marasic. Kerridge takes it on. Blocked by Chrysaratis. Marasic. And now from the goalkeeper, it was over the top. It was the idea from none of Elias Pexty. Marasic. Kerridge, Merriman, lofting for Grillo. There wasn't an awful lot he could really do with that delivery. And his midsection. Futsal, too crafty for his own nature. Kerridge, for Grillo. Escanilla had a fair chunk of him. Crusoratis is wide of Futterats. Kerridge got low. Grillo wanting to stroll forward. Couldn't twist around Escanilla. Escanilla was sliding as the ball was in dispute. Grillo will claim that his opponent was on the ground. Has everything transpired? Escanilla earns the foul. Result. Pexty. Futterats. Risky, but it works. Now Razul away from Grillo. Away goes the captain. Well, Razul certainly was pushed by Grillo. Nothing nonchalant about that from the Northcote number 9. And Bullin now have another opportunity from a free kick. Crusoratis. Trying to be deceptive and go underneath the wall. Scuffed it in truth. Kerridge advancing still. Has room to roam into, and now Razul has an open net. Rasic blocking it off. Grillo. Marasic. Garcia. Grillo going inside for Futterats. Firm and fair with his standing challenge. Marasic. Pexty goes through them all and has Crusoratis. Futterats in a wide area. Crusoratis! Acrobatic, instinctive, and in the right place at the right time to find another. It's been the Nico Crusoratis show on court 1 at DCSS today, and Bullin are running well and truly home with this result now. A 5-goal lead. Won't stop Kiriakos from playing with real ferocity. Marasic. Garcia for Geraldo. Escanilla lofting, wanting Crusoratis. Kerridge. Or control. Lynn. Garcia. Crusoratis trying to go through both the Northcote shirts which are in front of him. And in the end it was, well, could have been either team's ball. The fault is out for that of Northcote. Rasic to get it rolling once more. Garcia, Rasic. Futsal. It all stems from the number 4 for Bullin. Off the ball, he tends to have the long legs that just provide some challenges, which has really stumped Northcote from making further inroads. Rasic, Geraldo. With the clock showing what's left on it being 3 minutes and 44 seconds, you'd assume that whatever Northcote are to find would be a consolation prize. Be very improbable from here if they were to amount to a complete comeback, as Igotso has Crusoratis. It's a 2-on-1 situation. And Igotso just steers it wide. Escanilla. Lynn gets a foot in, preventing Igotso from venturing forward again. Pexty has to go. Escanilla. Escanilla's chip. Igotso controls. Rasic. Certainly goal bound. Lynn's effort hits a couple of shirts on its journey. Rasic hits the frame of the goal. Elias Pexty not taking no prisoners. He wants to concede as little goals as he can. The goalkeeper with the flamboyant kit on. Launches. Merriman not clearing adequately. Igotso holding things up. Keeping possession. Crusoratis. Escanilla. Crusoratis. Heavy press called from the Northcote bench. Geraldo. Lynn. Off the ball, it's Kyriakos and Lynn getting acquainted still. Kerridge finds Merriman nicely. Onto his left, plucked out the sky by Pexty. Geraldo, it was somewhat half-given attempt. Merriman. It's not as if Northcote have played poorly today. They've certainly showcased in glimpses what they can do, but it's really been a one-way display, courtesy of the man who was closest to us on broadcast side, being Nico Crusoratis. Certainly his show this afternoon. His early double really enabled Bullin to continue with the ascendancy they built off of those 2 early goals. And following such, they have not put a foot wrong. It's been a real collaborative effort from all players on court, arriving from State League 1. It's quite the arrival notice they're making to their new championship counterparts. Geraldo. Struggled to really find half a yard. It's been impressive from Bullin, their defensive structure. Pexty forced into a save. Merriman in the mix. Escanilla. Utarat trying to go down the court. Still progressing. Still wanting to win each ball. And not relenting in this one. The Bullin number 4. It's personified their performance today. As Ranzolan will see out the contest. He's in possession here. And nearly found himself on the scoreboard. North could have a corner upon the timeout play, which has been issued by Bullin. They're not far away now from the 3 points being all but theirs as we cross to timeout. Was Pexty's ball in the end. It wasn't a corner to Northcote. Little correction on the broadcast. Merriman, Northcote looking to finish with a consolation prize. Merriman got it back nicely for Tarat. Yet again, right place, right time, chopping on his outside. Got lost in the sauce. And with the streamers on both sides, it was Garcia. Wanted to set ignition to the fuse. Pexty rolls, Krosaratis. Gathers, Igotso. Krosaratis. Futarat. Not equal to the ball, a bobbling effort, which was denied by Pexty. Merriman tried to evade all comers. It's still there for Northcote. No prisoners taken in the end by the flamboyant goalkeeper Kit Pexty, who sent it to Sky. If there's one area which might need improvement for Northcote's game, you'd assume just a touch more composure required. They are certainly energetic. Just need a little bit more composure. Merriman got very creative. Last few seconds of this one. Awaiting the contest. As Footsgray begin their campaign, they're up against RMIT FC. A different shape about them this season. No, Yaquin Jimenez. It's rumoured that they might be without a couple more of their more top-end players. We'll see how they've rectified that issue upon the game, which starts for them soon. But the Merrimans combined late in this one. In the final second, It's Northcote FC who find their consolation prize, courtesy of Merriman. And that will see out the contests. It's quite the way to start life in the Series Futsal Championship for last year's second season State League 1 winners. Bullin with an emphatic result, the biggest one so far we've encountered today. The full-time scoreline, Bullin FC 6, Northcote FC 2. Up and away we go for the third and final round one match of the Series Futsal Championship. Despite the delay, not everybody having their shin pads on. We're well and truly equipped for this one. Footsgray managed a playoff position at the back end of last year's second season, and they snuck in to have half an idea of playing futsal in the Series Futsal Victoria Men's Promised Land. RMIT, the opposite end of those playoffs, they were fighting to keep their place in the competition. They hadn't, in truth, considering that loss to Braybrook, which was a 9-8 result, not going their way. Braybrook in the competition, although RMIT remain in the championship, given some movement in the Series Futsal Victoria competition, where clubs, or a certain club rather, had no longer remained an entity in the men's competition. And following such, a reshuffle of clubs had come to fruition. Amidst all of it, the side in white, they live to see another day in the championship following that situation and have quite the test this afternoon on court. RMIT losing perhaps some of their most important players in the recent window. Shifting of focuses in terms of certain players' indoor careers. Aquin Jimenez, a noticeable absentee. It's quite the get from Pascoe Vale in the second season of 2025. It's not listed on WeFroth, so not exactly sure what his movements might be. So applies, of course, to many others. It was Huey Ahmed in much of the same predicament. But it's about the tools they have on court. The goalkeeper, Hussein Marabi, starts between the sticks. The duo of both Suhail and Faisal Totakil. Wassam Al-Hiyani, Yahya Khalif, Aiden Haji, and Roberto Stella all join the likes of the debutant, Costa Dimantopoulos. The Footsgray bench consists of the following: the goalkeeper, of the man lunging, you can see on your screen, of Dos Santos Gama. Very vocal. It's unusual to see the number 9 kit donned on a goalkeeper. His shorts read number 1, his back reads number 9. He's the man between the sticks. Maka Hancock's, Maurizio Amador, Kenneth Track, Alexander Stod. We'll try that again. Alex Stodge is in the mix. He's the captain. Stojanovski on the far left of your screen. Barrientos, Mohal, Cow. All complete the lineup today for Footsgray. As the free kick was taken, it was Mohal wanting to get things moving. Of course, Stojanovski, a real staple around the futsal community. Has the leadership qualities, does the captain. I'm sure we'll be looking to rally the troops around him to go one further. They are to make the playoffs, perhaps push for that place up for grabs in SFV. Stojanovski off the volley. Arabi rolls it short. Tota kill. Haji. Provocative ball forward towards Al-Hanyai. RMIT just looking to force the issue a bit further than Footsgray might early on. Al-Hinai was lurking, the number 9. Yama thought he'd try it. Marabi once again opting to roll it short. Haji. Stojanovski firm on his tail. Haji in the mix. It's a real 50-50 ball that was there to be won. Benjamin Howell will come across and just discuss what occurred there between Haji. As he went to try and tame the loose ball in the engine room. Otakil will try his effort from long range. Another foul on the cards, and in the book potentially it might be Andy Cow. He'll have a stern talking to from Benjamin Powell, but it's twice in a matter of moments. The number 14 for Footsgray. How avoids any conversations with Cow. A real possible opportunity for the RMIT from the free kick. Gamma with the save. Haji through the legs. And RMIT FC have a lift off. The duo of fouls which were awarded to the side in white have managed to turn into something tangible on the scoreboard. Haji showed some skill. He's in a 2-on-1 situation here. He stings the palms of Gyama, who launches it long. He was trying to find Stojanovski. Tota kill. The Suhail variety, that was there to head away from the Footsgray captain. Mohal trying to link up with Stojanovski. Tota kill combining with his namesake of Faisal. Stojanovski too nonchalant, and Totakil was in there. Faisal followed up, and Yama had to make a save. Sohail Totakil, pedestrian. Amador looking to rampage through. Al Hinay just has the ball. Skid away from him. Yama. Progressing forward, Yama. And over the top was an opportunity which Faisal Totakil wasn't able to take cleanly. Maurizio Amador will jostle off to the bench. Jason Barrientos gets in the mix. Yama. Cow. Big slide from Faisal Totakil. Arabi's posts shaking. He got his hand through it, which is why it will be a corner. Barrientos. Cow. Mohal wanting to shift through. Change forthcoming for the side in front. It's Khalif who enters the fray. Could be a great run, in fact it nearly was, from Kevin Mohal. Taking on all comers. Stella trying to turn. Yama comes across. Yama over the top. Totakil, nice control off his chest. Stella further down the court. Totakil for Stella. It's a nice run from the deeper player. Cow. Pickpocketed. It's Kenneth Track. Khalif. Faisal Totakil. Haji. Stella trying to latch on. Totakil. Haji brought genuine purchase. Over the top, there was a potential opening. It was Jason Barrientos in an advanced position. Totakil. Khalif. Haji lurking, Stella central. Yama claiming on the fly. Barrientos had to go sidewards. Track able to usher the ball out of play. RMIT just at the minute ensuring themselves with possession. Stella, firm but fair upon that of his counterpart Mohal. Stella, Haji, Khalif, Yotakil. Stella. Haji trying the back heel. Track. Barrientos gets away from his marker cleverly. Khalif, Haji. Nice ball from Khalif to find Stella. Totakil and Barrientos coming together. Nice matchup that might prove to be. Stella, Khalif. Dimantopoulos. Stella gliding around his direct opponent of Hancock's. New shot denied by Yama. Shape on the cross. A real destination from a smiling Yahya Khalif. Yama likes to advance with the ball at his feet. Nearly lost an idea of the clock. Marabi, the Yota kill. Dimantopoulos the target. Barrientos. Taken over. Hancock's. Track. Rolled it wide for Hancock's. Central's Barrientos. No nonsense was Dimantopoulos. Michael Ciaris is pushing away the likes of Dimantopoulos and Stella from the side ball. It's Cody Tyler, whose effort was into the path of two white shirts. He's making some space. Yama deepest. And Stella has a vacant net. He rolls for Khalif. Big opportunity for the RMIT, which they take. Yahya Khalif struck it truly. Yama might have got a palm to it. Ultimately, too much power to prevent the ball from going in the back of the net. It's the RMIT FC who find their second. Timeout has been called here. It was Marabi's clearance which caused a lot of confusion and makeshift panic in the production room. You might have seen a wobble on the camera, but wobbling our Footsgray at the moment on the canvas. Potentially they might be soon, considering RMIT have thrown two big punches at them and they lead by 2-0. It was a cross back to a timeout break. RMIT following the timeout break. We're trying to culminate with something. At the other end was Tyler Dimantopoulos on the charge. Backwards to intervene. Stella pickpockets his direct opponent. Tried to go around Yama. Tyler sorts it out. Hancocks. Amador, the nice touch. Tyler. Amador, not around Tiatakil. Stella, that's a party trick if ever I've seen one. He has an opportunity, keeps the ball in play. He lost for Dimantopoulos. Yama controls, but this one was slowly slipping away from any grip Footsgray may have had. Dimantopoulos. Stella. Khalif. Stella. Khalif. Tatakil. Khalif. RMIT at the moment really bossing possession. Footsgray, although having glimpses of flashiness, likes of Tyler and Amador. It's been quite the measured approach from last season's relegation playoff. The side in the playoffs last season, rather. Old habits won't die hard. It's at Thomastown or Darabin. Froth mop called upon. Dimitopoulos wanting Stella down the line. Amador ushers the ball out of play. Yama. Dimitopoulos. Caliph. Shot to kill it over the top. Trying to find Dimitopoulos. Caliph. Northcote want the timeout issued, and they get it just in the nick of time. They have a corner upon the resumption of play. And they are chasing the game. They trail by 2-0. It's been a quick start, which Footsgray needs to rectify soon as we cross back to a timeout break. Corner for Footsgray. Amador stumbled on his own feet. Otakil tried to release Dimitopoulos. Otakil, Caliph. Haji. Otakil. Had room to shoot, skipped around his man. Yama kicks the ball in frustration. Haji, Otakil, want that back. Yama wants to go quickly. Too quick for his own good. Dimitopoulos threw a boot at it. Possession just not being had by either side in our last 90 seconds of this first half, the final of the first round. Amador placed it on the ground for Hancocks. Amador colliding with Dimitopoulos. Marabi somehow got across to make the save. Hancock thought he'd scored. Has a corner instead. Shifting around his marker cleverly was Mohal. Still has the ball. Mohal. Dimitopoulos gets a foot in. Mohel inside the area. Marabi uses his voice and releases for Haji. 3 against 1 here for the RMIT. Haji went solo. Stojanovski out of play. So Hale taught to kill, trying to get things moving. The flick on was very creative, although hadn't formulated to nothing. Hasn't really been a test from Footsgray upon goalkeeper Hussein Marabi. Has not had an awful lot to do. But he's one big save. Haji into Stojanovski. Captain not too pleased about that. From the free kick, rolling was Mohal. Amador trying to earn a corner, will get one. Not the worst outcome for Footsgray. They can find something on the cusp of half-time. It would certainly change the team talks for both sides heading into the final half-time break of the round. Amador falls back to Yama, who has to get rid of it quickly. Dimantopoulos on for Haji. And right as the siren sounds, RMIT will go into the halftime break with another on the board. A taller mountain for Footsgray to climb upon the second half. Halftime. RMIT 3, Footsgray FC 0. Up and away we go for the final time this round in the Series Futsal Championship. Footsgray chasing the game. They're in need of something, that's for sure. Upon the cusp of half-time, within the final second, it was Haji who was there to punish a vacant Yama once more. The keeper vacating from his net, doing damage, which could be irreparable for Footsgray. Stojanovski into the path. Mohau. That kill, staring down the barrel of Mohau. Amador. It's a nice idea from Mohau. The loft over the top for Cal. Cal. Mohau. Trying to buy half a yard was Andy Cow. Tota kill. Stella. Tota kill. Cow just getting a foot in. And with the conclusion of this championship match, the beginning of the Series Futsal Victoria Premiership. Reformatted competition. Greater the result. Meanwhile, bit to unpack here. Marabi might have been impeded by Stojanovski. The keeper remained on the tarmac following such. But play had never stopped. And Mohau got to credit to Benjamin Howell just explaining to the RMIT bench what's happened there as Stella goes down Stojanovski. It's almost blatant, really. There's no disguising that. And the men with the man buns collide. Marabi was the man on the ground. He's clutching at his wrist. RMIT will claim that the foul should have been theirs.
Yeah, but I also need to start half the time in here. So I'll be nice. So come over in a second, okay?
Dimantopoulos on the bench wants to have a conversation with our man Seb Sturrell, just the match official. Ciaris and Powell in charge of this one. Regardless of the commotion, Footsgray back within an arm's length, trailing by 2 goals. Tota kill behind the free kick. His left foot strikes the wall of Barrientos, and there'll be a corner. Tota kill, Yama at his mid grip. Wasn't sure where to go. Mohal. Barrientos. Track. Nice touch from Mohal to find Track advancing. Marabi starting to let the officials' decisions impact his game style. Mohal, Barrientos couldn't control. Yotakil back heeling nicely. Now, Alhiani was advancing forward. Out of tarmac was Cow. Yotakil. Ricochets back to Stella. Haji. Footsgray wanting a press. Alhinai. Not as far as Barrientos. Cow wanting movement. Lofting forward. It's a nice shaped pass in the end, although Track wasn't sure what to do upon receiving such. Stella driving. Unorthodox, but it will work in the end for Miyama. Otakil has the ball propped down to him. Haji inside the area. Ciaris waves it away. Play still going despite the protests from both sides. Mohal had a case, so did Haji. The whistle not sounding. Game breathing. Yama. Stella controls. Into the path of Haji without much calculation. Yama. Track. Mohal. Stella pressing high. Barrientos getting there. Not before Marabi had. Stella, lovely control of his chest. Thought about striking off the volley. Haji arrived in the centre. And away goes Track. Big slide from Yotakil. Wasn't connecting. Cross came in. Stella intervened. Cow never got there. 2 against 1 now for RMIT. Haji not able to utilise Stella. And Footsgray are lucky to avoid any further punishment, some may say. Yotakil receives possession from Al Hinai. Yotakil rolling for Stella, who has space to shoot. Yama get another comfortable height for the keeper to save, and Barrientos wasn't able to latch on. Haji. Measured tackle from Mohal. Barrientos was flicking. Slight confusion between the Footsgray players and whose ball it might have been. Mohal. Al-Hinai. Takes possession. Intervention with the header was found by Tyler. He's popped up and he might have a chance if he can keep his feet. Tyler. Marabi into his path. Deft touch towards Stella from Yotakil. Stepping inside the number 99. Ball on a string for Stella. Al-Hinai! Haji, pedestrian. Barrientos into the path of Tyler. Marabi has the experience. Throws towards Haji. Keeper was diving. It will be a corner. Kenneth Track latched on. Tyler not able to latch onto the ball poised for him. Khalif. Shape towards Stella. Yama read it best. I guess that might be one attribute of his game which can really be red or green. Green when it works well, red when it costs your team a goal. It's truly a double-edged sword. It's one he wants to live and die by, I suppose, that of Yama. Stella, not around Barrientos. Timeout has been called. Footsgray needing to readjust. Still in control. Other side who went into the half of the 3-goal buffer has been shaved back a bit, but the RMIT leading this contest 3-1 as we cross to a half. Make that a timeout break. Yama will distribute towards Amador. Amador trying to get inside the area. Tata kill claiming Amador had too much of his shirt. Nice communication again from out of Benjamin Howell to get the message across to the players on court. Khalif, underneath his foot. It's a moment he'll want to have back. Stojanovski get the game restarted from the side ball. Mohal. Hancock's back to Mohal. Arabi was backtracking with trepidation.
Guys, we can't have everybody standing up.
Khalif. Cross comes in and Haji's there again. The combination between Khalif and Haji has run riot upon Footsgray FC. The RMIT hit their fourth. Footsgray certainly feeling the struggle now. Tota kill. Stojanovski takes charge. Haji thought he'd gone in the ball fairly, but Ciaris teams otherwise. Following such, Footsgray have an opportunity. What can transpire here as it goes underneath the wall. Mohal trying to bend it instead. Demantopoulos closes his angles and breathes a sigh of relief. Things are certainly heating up in Darebin.
Tota kill in possession.
Demantopoulos lofting with brilliance to Totakill to Totakill. The two combining. Totakill will go into the book, and a chunk of Mohal's shirt and the way he was positioned might have just ended up in the commentary booth. Mohal, Stojanovski not controlling. Jostling back to claim possession. Hancocks. Stojanovski back heeling with instinct. Demantopoulos letting it roll. Marabi. Totakill finds his, I'd assume, brother nicely. Lots of connection between Suhail and Futsal. Khalif. It's 3 green shirts around him, keeps the ball. Mohal with determination goes in. Mohal rolls. Stojanovski, nice save from Arabi. Totakill and Demantopoulos, 2 against 2. Totakill shifting onto his right. Stojanovski, Cow getting bumped in the process. Khalif. Totakill wants to run at Stojanovski. Yama able to claim the ball. Aryans not as far as Khalif. Demantopoulos back in possession. Footsgray running out of steam. Cow. Demantopoulos takes a roll. Totakil trying to step around Cow. Stojanovski. Cow. Central was all on his own. Kevin Mohel. Stojanovski hits bodies on its journey. Arabi will claim. Looping ball for Khalif. Wants to run at Cow. Game in its dying embers. RMIT with a firm grip on it. Mohau, back post was Cow. Stojanovski not able to find his teammate. Cow from the corner. Mohau will try again. Players perhaps feeling the conditions in DCSS. Lots of water bottles, lots of hydration on offer. Stojanovski nipping at the heels. Advantage will be played, and Al Hinay wants it to go forward. Stojanovski has a chance. Arabi has another for the highlight reel. Tyler was unmarked as he sprinted towards the ball.
Stay high, Jay, stay high. Man to man, getting higher. Walk middle. Good.
Hunter kill. Straight to Yama. Goes back out straight to the court. No nonsense in the end. It was Al Hinay who wanted Sohail Totakil short. Tyler. Amador. Provocative movement from Kenneth Track. Dimantopoulos away with possession. Out of court, but is happy to utilise some skill in a confined space. Tyler. Track. Tyler. Barrientos. Amador. Footsgray to amount a comeback would have to start very soon. In fact, it would have to be now. If they were to culminate something on the scoreboard. Tyler. Track. Trying to find his lefts. Tyler. Dimantopoulos uses his chest. And recycling possession. RMIT, just not using it properly. Tyler. Onto Barrientos. RMIT FC issue a timeout. They're leading by 3 goals. The scoreline 4-1. Not much left in the first round of the championship. We have a timeout break. Amador. Can Footsgray find a consolation? Quite the round we've seen in the championship. To open the year, Bullin with the statement win. 6-2 against Northcote. An intriguing clash between Braybrook and Melbourne Aryans got us underway. 6-all the final score. The match, in all honesty, looked as if it would be one-way traffic from the get-go. But Braybrook showed real heart to come back from a deficit of 3 goals to, at one stage, lead and come away with all 3 points on offer. The Aryans leaving it very late to find that consolation, or consolidation prize it was, and settling for a draw. A match which they truly assume should have won. So Braybrook perhaps the underdogs to keep an eye on. Nico Kusaratis the man to keep an eye on in terms of an individual performance. 4 goals in his game. Big slide. And the open net is vacant. There's a clean tackle upon Yama. It's protests upon Anna Val, claiming it was from behind, but it was a clean tackle, says the official. Diamantopoulos tried the nonchalant. Yama wants to go again. Amador with Diamantopoulos. Clever. Al-Hinay. Amador goes down. Al-Hinay tries to go wide. Lovely shift of direction. It's all getting lost in the sauce, this contest. Al-Hinay not too happy. Track, feeling it in his eye, after all. Yama, although he's a keeper, wanting to infiltrate. Can Footsgray find a late one? Tota kill over the top! And it's going to be a red card for Yama. He can't handle the ball outside the box, or even try to make an attempt to do so. And Yama goes into the book. Needless to say, with 1 second left on the clock, it was going wide regardless. And Footsgray don't have a keeper. Dos Santos Yama marches out the building. It's not really the performance, I'm sure, Footsgray were expecting of their shot stopper. Footsgray using a away kit as a makeshift goalkeeper jersey. That's a brilliant save in the end from the makeshift keeper of Cody Tyler, and that was really the talking point of this entire contest, in which RMIT will take the 3 points from. The full-time score here, the first round of the Series Futsal Victoria Championship. Footsgray 1, RMIT 4. SFV men's not too far away.
Testing 1, 2, 3. Good evening, wherever you are watching in Victoria, across the nation or around the world. Welcome to Darebin on a sweltering late summer Sunday afternoon, and welcome to 2026 in Series Futsal. A massive year, a year of great change both on and off the pitch for all the sides involved. They now get to take to the pitch for the first time this evening to see how they stack up against one another, and it's been two teams who have had topsy-turvy the off-season. So you've been active in the transfer market. Fernando de Moraes bringing in a lot of players to kickstart a campaign where they'll want to get away from the relegation playoff peril that they've suffered in recent seasons. For Thornbury, put back up to the top flight following some off-season misfortune for one of the clubs in the competition. They will be hoping this time round that they will be able to stave off relegation. My name's Ethan Rigg, and I'm joined in the commentary box, as always, by Adam Palombi. Good evening, Adam.
Evening, Ethan. Evening, everybody. Great to be here. DCSS, the fortress again. Go around the sun another year and back here. Yes, as Ethan mentioned, lots of changes, lots of things to unfold, a whole restructured competition. Equally as much excitement, drama, action all to unfold. I might just take the audience, Ethan, through the opening lineups for both these sides. Gam Murray returns to SFV Victoria. He's the main goalkeeper for Hume. Temmel joins the likes of Chichek, Swade and DeWood all on court against his former employer. The Hume number 11. As for Thornbury, Montfroy is the man in between the sticks on his debut, joining the likes of Jonathan Sapina. He's dancing around everybody, having made a journey across from Northcote. Make that the Northern Phoenix, rather. Jabo and Wagner Marrero join Powley on court. Both sides with an onslaught of personnel on each bench.
Hume taking the ascendancy early. DeWood finds Temmel, who couldn't quite find Chichek in return. A lot of players who featured at the National Championships in the Gold Coast in the month just gone as well. All of that camaraderie is foregone for the legion that truly is League Futsal that's returned. Jarbo's touch was heavy. DeWood dangled a foot. It broke for Chichek. Rolled it back for DeWood, who gave it a poke and wasn't far away. Montfroy sprawled and in the end, rather happy to see it fly wide of his far post. The first little glimmer of the new season goes the way of the Black Army and their new signing, Armand DeWood, who was inches away. Swade battled with Jarbo. Now Marrero came across. Those two hustle. And the first little flashpoint as well follows.
Bit of spice in DCSS. Swade not relinquishing his position. Marrero showcasing that he's up for the fight. Be a lot of that in this one, you'd assume, Ethan. Both sides wanting points to get their seasons off and running the right way. More of an emphasis on Thornbury.
It's Pina. Couldn't tiptoe around Temmel. Powley picked it off. It's a lovely ball to find Jarbo. Marrero took over and Murray made a marvellous save to push it away for a corner. Marrero caught it sweet and he had to react quickly. Steered it to safety well. Marrero's corner. Powley returns it to him. Wants to get away from Temmel, who again does well to hold firm. Swade then comes to lend a helping hand. Marrero kept the move rolling. Evaded them not once, not twice, but thrice. And in the end, Murray was the one to go and gather.
How's he still going there, Marrero? He's never giving up, was he? Slippery on the floor. He was unrelenting. Temmel was barnstorming into him. But Wagner was unfazed.
Swade on the charge. Chichek wanting to shuffle onto the left foot. Has to roll for DeWood down the flank. Powley the one this time placed. Chichek left a lunge in and gives away a free kick.
Powley just upon his former teammate of DeWood. A major shove. No love lost.
Steamy Sunday afternoon. There's certainly some spice out on court already. Marrero, Powley, clipped into the channel for Jarbo. Got the wrong side of Temmel. Marrero on the slide. Has had two looks in a matter of minutes to put Thornbury ahead. The first forced a great save. The second he steered over from about 3 yards. What a look that could be for the Lily Whites. Hume caught completely. It was superb from Jarbo to work the angle. Marrero timed the run well. Lacked the goal. That ball from Temmel. The intention appreciated by DeWood. And it took a Thornbury touch. Will be a corner. Chichek went near post. Sent out for Swade, whose volley was high rather than handsome. Tom Montfroy so far on debut untested. Pauli Marrero, who might consider himself unlucky not to have an early brace. Pauli once more. Cicek and DeWood go on the high press. It's a tidy clip for Sapina, who was seen off by Suede, who was then bundled over. And Hamza Suede is certainly in the action in the first few minutes.
Well, it was initially a tussle with Marrero. Sapina providing an after. And Suede's being, well, broken into by those in lily white.
Hamza Suede's free kick. Fancied to hit himself. Monfroy watchful, but in the end unneeded.
Sapina. Lauretta pressed upon by DeWood. Now Cicek. DeWood can find space. Lauretta, no nonsense. In the mix, Thornbury. Make an introduction. Sebastian Konakov was firmly involved in the championship last season. Although he might have Marrero's number on his back, trying to deceive those from Hume. And represented his national team. Weefroth doing Weefroth things. Temel, Cicek, getting his shot away, Pauli with the block.
It's very alert defensively from Thornbury so far. They understand that Cicek wants to roll onto that left-hand side. So they've always had two to shut the door on him and really close that angle down. It's prevented him from being able to roll, a man who was Hume's top scorer in the second part of last season.
Temel. DeWood. No eyes for the ball. Suede trying to get away. Pauli. Turkman. DeWood. Here's Arturo Diaz. Been some time since we've seen him on court. Big slide from Pauli. All ball. Lauretta goes down. In fact, he sent DeWood down. Mozavai, the man representing Pakistan. Monfroy forced into a double save. Arrives from the championship, does the number 2. Was the championship golden boot winner in the second season of last year. But so far this contest's had a great pace about it, hasn't it, Ethan?
It's been a real intensity. Both of these sides have flown out of the traps. Hume quick to go on the high press. Thornbury started at that intensity, but since then the Black Army have taken over.
Sapina onto his right. Big slide from Temel. It will be Gam Murray's ball. Temel, Turkman, Diaz. Faced the knee concern all 2025. Hadn't seen him post-nationals. Formerly of Pascoe Vale, represented the men's Victoria Tigers side in the winning 2025 men's national campaign, which was played in Parkville. Went into it injured, but earns another accolade. Great to see Diaz back on court. Pauli, Sapina, swiveling. Lauretta, an option utilised by Sapina. Lauretta, Pauli, in a confined space. DeWood closing his former teammate down.
All action against his former side so far, Armand DeWood. Had an opportunity moments ago. Temel did well in a tricky situation. He just couldn't convert the header goalwards. Thornbury, who've had to withstand Now an opportunity to build some momentum of their own. It's Pauli. Quickly for Masavi, had Loretta on the switch and finds him. De Wood lunged and didn't get there, but did well in retreat and closed the angle for Murray, who's quick to release Arturo Diaz. He is all on his own, had 3 to tiptoe, kept the move rolling, set it off for Turkman to have a hit, and an important block made by Masavi. Sapina pirouetted, but then turned himself into trouble. Still, some way, somehow, managed to keep it amidst an onslaught. De Wood joining in on the press. Loretta, Sapina. Thornbury have some calm momentarily. Masavi, his return too short, and Turkman was able to slide in. Sapina once more. Wants to drive at Turkman. Masavi on the switch for Slovenia. Sapina. This time has Temel to take, and Turkman cuts the channel quite well again. Momentum building. And Sapina starting to swing this game just more positively for Thornbury. Slovenia. Masavi, again the return cut off, this time by Arturo Diaz, who had Klanaris at the back post. Unfortunately for him, Sapina was aware to that too and got himself in the way.
The ball just propping up for Garzon or Arturo Diaz, whatever you want to call the Raging Bull. And in the end, it's too hot to handle. That's how it's been so far on court. That pink ball, Ethan, as beautiful as it looks, it's devilish in the way it acts.
Nearly a devilish hit from Bruce. An attempt to catch out Murray. It's Biliansky, another new addition for Hume in their summer signing spree. Gets it back from Arturo Diaz. Wanted Klanaris, who was hustled by Mosavi. Biliansky just gave him an easy out. Diaz nearly sold short on the return, and Sapina was lurking just in time to get a foot in.
It's a real look of disgust from the Raging Bull towards Klanaris. That pass putting the Raging Bull under so much pressure.
Biliansky. Here's Arturo Diaz once more. This time clipped down the line for Turkman. Diaz. Klanaris. Hume holding momentarily. Turkman. Biliansky. Turkman went on the overlap. Biliansky was marshalled well by Zacharias. Klanaris. Biliansky. Turkman. Klanaris charging. Turkman had 2 around him. Thornbury shape holding firm for the time being. Hume frustrated. Lacking the penetration they found with so much poise in the opening minutes. Biliansky. Turkman. Movement from Klanaris. Set it back for Turkman, who was waiting on a runner at the back post that never arrived for the switch. Instead went back for Biliansky. Klanaris. Sold Turkman short, and now Sapina can charge. Has options left and right. Sapina wanted to go alone, and Bruce was barking for it at the back post and maybe had a call.
Sapina always eyes forward, tunnel vision from the Spaniard. Lots of flair, lots of solo play about himself. Half a yard was earned from Sapina. Slovenia and Klanaris getting really well put together. And Slovenia in doing so by getting Klanaris out the shooting angle. Allowed for a genuine attempt by Sapina. Tobias Smith Jr. emerges on court, retaining his position with the Black Army. To mention, Ethan, how they've been active in the transfer market window. Spent a plentiful amount of signings that are from across the nation for the Black Army, the likes of Luke Ross, Ethan DeMello, Jordan Guerrero, Murray and Vassos Kartambis. All putting pen to paper with Hume. Their availability, of course, subject to when they are to emerge for Fernando de Moraes, but intriguing. Big lunge from Klanaris to try to keep that ball alive from Diaz. Chemistry just a real question mark currently, considering it is their first professional game together.
And it doesn't help that it's on a sweltering night. Need time to gel as well. Heat's a factor. You see humour just starting to click. They started with a real intensity. That's then faded. But from that consolidation, they've gone to a really tried and trusted core.
Flanaris, Diaz, Biliansky. Slovenia on the heavy press. Zacharias doing much of the same. It's well managed by the Lily Whites.
And that's better from Thornbury on the press. They've been quite passive in these early stages, perhaps out of self-preservation, but it's also a big step up from last season. The real reason they struggled was because that lack of inventiveness to go and press.
Biliansky. Diaz. Lockie Ramadan. Looking in career best shape. Biliansky. One for it, not bothered. And dare I say, Ethan, in the lead up to this one, Thornbury have changed kit numbers on many players, trying to be deceitful. Slovenia is one-on-one. Diaz was sliding, and Slovenia again has to do a fair bit to beat Murray.
That's 4 huge chances in this first half now for Thornbury. Well, Hume have had the possession. The Lily Whites on the break have created the chances. They still are just lacking that finishing touch.
Swade not able to keep the ball in play. They have been building. Bruce. Shifting it wide. Well, Holland. Bruce has 2 black shirts hot on his tail. And Ethan, what a way it is to start our opening round in the men's competition. A Classico moments after. One might deem the move to put the Classico on the opening day as genius. Others might think it could be a bit of an early climax for some, but considering, Ethan, all sides this season will play each other on 4 occasions, it would start tonight for both Moreland or Fitzroy. And who can grab the early ascendancy over one another?
That's a follow. What we have here is Hume have a corner. Swade on to Smith Jr. Lost out to Marrero, who managed to keep on the march and got around Swade. Smith Jr. on the following. Quickly cut across. And of course, Pasco Vale Melbourne Aku as well to round out. 2 sides who, again, active in the transfer market and wishing for greener pastures in 2026 than perhaps they had in 25. The fixture list has us set for a truly super Sunday to kick off proceedings. Powley. Thornbury just starting to work their way through the gears and pick apart some chances for themselves. Powley's been orchestrating, that one too high for Mulholland. Temmel. Hume hoping that their skipper can just provide some glue. They've been under the pump the last couple of minutes. He finds Swade, who wants to go at Marrero, whose challenge was tidy. Mulholland then got in a muddle. Ramadan was the one to come away from it. Had Smith Jr. on the recycle. Mulholland then picked his pocket to go and win it back and won himself a free kick.
Very well done from Mulholland. Don't judge the size of the fight in the dog. Showed a lot of character to come away with possession and earn the foul.
Powley finds Konikoff. Marrero, whose touch was loose. Ramadan happy to roll it back for Temmel. Hume just searching for some rhythm. Smith Jr., who was one of their bright young things towards the back end of last year. He's refound wonderfully, and Montfroy read the danger well. It was terrific from Temmel. Thornbury's new shot stopper alert to it, and then nearly caught out by a wicked deflection off Swade.
Crazy things have happened. Montfort might have been lucky there, Ethan.
Completely and utterly beaten had that been on target. However, Konikoff at the other end is on the end of a Temel slide just as he was looking to unleash. Still a little bit cagey to start the new season. Marrero, Konikoff, not through Temel. Who wants to break the deadlock? Konikoff, Powley. Again, Hume get the bodies behind in the right place at the right time. Thornbury won't mind this. Succession of set pieces and side balls. They now have a corner. Powley wanted to sweep. Ramadan rolled across. Mulholland's take. Konikoff thought about the first time hit. Temel was quickly to meet him. Powley. Marrero worked a yard for himself, and Thornbury have got lift-off in the new campaign.
Goal scorer for Thornbury, number 11, Wagner Marrero.
Drilled below Murray at his near post. And the Hounds have showcased some bite, not just some bark, and have the first goal of the new year. Tidily taken too. Hume on a quick response. Swayed to Wood. Marrero, who was goal scorer, now turns defender. They had been building.
The man who was on the tarmac only moments after kickoff has ignited the contest. A nice finish to get it beyond of the reaching Murray. And Swade, who's been swift to try formulate a rebuttal, as Montfort diving to his right. It's up to Hume to try find that of an equaliser. Still haven't seen the likes of Chichek emerge on court just yet. Perhaps the ace up Fernando de Moraes' sleeve. Turkman also itching to get back on, but it was Tem on that play who was a bit too quick to link up with his teammates deeper down the court. Powley, Marrero, can't control. Here is Chichek. Unmarked, has space to drive. Montfort able to get low. Jabo. Powley. Lofting ball. Sapina has the control. Brings it down to ground. Tries a nonchalant backheel into the path of Powley. Mario Boho instructing from the bench, wanting his side to work. Sapina, who tried off the volley. Otemel quick to deny the Spaniard of doing so. Sapina, lofting in for Jabo. The ball was gliding along the ground and well, ultimately, Murray was able to come away with the ball. Temel. Chichek. Nice pass to find UC7. Temel. Onto his right. Turkman. DeWood. Hume looking to step inside. The back heel was for the overlapping Turkman.
Hume have just found that defensive setup so difficult to break down. They stopped the flow into Chichek. Powley's done incredibly well marking him so far, and it's prevented Hume from being able to shift the ball centrally and then quickly to the flanks.
Turkman. Low grounded cross blocked by Jabo. Turkman. Chichek stumbling. Jabo opting to clear. Pauli comes away with possession. Now Sapina trying to go around Tamil. Mario Boho will claim it might be a free kick, but Sapina remains on the tarmac, clutching at his left ankle.
Mario Barho, most incensed. Felt that Sapina was sandwiched in the end. Spaniard clutching his ankle. Was certainly in the wars last season. And the mop required for the first time in the new campaign. Jonathan Sapina seems to be back on his feet. Still a nasty one to wear early on.
He's breathing heavy. Jonathan Sapina. Well, he nods his head. Feels perhaps a bit hard done by following that call.
Cicek, Temel. Quickly on for Dawood. Spina and Jarbo wanted to lead the press. It's rolled into Cicek, who wanted Dawood on the overlap, but again, Jarbo marshals the space superbly. Hume have not been able to find their groove down the flank so far. First time Cicek's been able to spin Pauli and get the opportunity to spin. Towards side ball. Temel came onto it. And Monfroy just made sure down low. Quickly on for Pauli. Sapina. Again, dropped it off for Pauli. Turkman's foot in was a good one. Neither side really short of effort in this first half. Certainly a sweltering Sunday. When do you think, Adam, that depth becomes a factor?
Shortly, I'd assume, considering it's sapping the energy of all sides, really, in this one so far. We've been adamant to try to find the means necessary to really test Monfroy. But Thornbury, in their usual fashion, have made things difficult, as they do for any side. They like to confine their opponents defensively, not allow for anything to transpire, which in turn, Ethan, calls for moments of creativity where Temel has to go low and hard into the bottom corner in search of Cicek at the back post. It's those half-second moments which sides have to rely on to get by Thornbury.
Nearly a successful split second for Hume. Cicek was mere inches away from turning in for 1-1. Thornbury a side ball down the other end. Sapina. Again wanting to spin Turkman and Temel. Clipped it for Jarbo superbly. Took a deflection off Temel and it will be a corner. Mohamed Ten aiding Gab Murray. That deflection just glancing it wide of the far post. Jarbo's strike, more of a smash. They're still creating more potent looks. Murray goes direct. Cicek holding, waiting on Dawood. Found his way off the post. Monfroy moving, Monfroy beaten late. But Armand Dawood died denied by the woodwork.
Their greatest chance so far, the Black Army. What a moment it would have been personally for Dawood. Showcasing to Thornbury what they're missing out on. Having lost his signature. The post denying the youngster.
Thornbury corner, out for Bruce. And Dawood nearly turned into his own net. And now down the other end, has an opportunity to go one-on-one, but his touch evades him. And allows Monfroy to march out and claim. Sapina couldn't spin Cicek. Nearly a moment of madness, and then nearly a moment of magic from Armand Dawood. Bruce. Back for Monfroy. Sapina, starved of options. Still on the evasive manoeuvre of Cicek, who wasn't letting up and has now boxed him in. Sapina still wants the cavalry, but they aren't coming. He has to go on his own and does so rather well before the ball to Jarbo was too far in front of him. And Fernando Di Moraes has decided he wants to call in his troops for a quick word Hume a goal down on opening night. Wagner Marrero at the near post, the difference. The first time out of the new season, it's Hume 0, Thornbury 1. We return for the first time from timeout. Hume are chasing a leveller for themselves on an opening night where what's perceived as a new era hasn't quite gone to plan so far. But Temmel on the turn had it trickle into the arms of Monfroy, who was quick to spear it for Sapina. Temmel in retreat, became entangled with the Spaniard and won a free kick.
Sapina just slightly getting more agitated as the game continues. Prior to the timeout break, he was just almost dismissing the official's call by his hand gesture. And the expense of having a creative mind, Ethan, would be how those around him just aren't on that level of creativity. He's really in a class of his own, which can at times be a disservice to Sapina. Perhaps simplicity might be more beneficial. It's not just his game, but those around him.
He's a genius, somebody who's a key creator. But at the moment, Thornbury needs to get the pieces around him.
Masavi trying to control things. Just over 4 minutes left in this first half. Another year around the sun at the DCSS complex. Just off Plenty Road on the northern side of Victoria. Futsal recently has been rampant throughout January. The Asian Cup played in Indonesia. Of course, former more than blue players of Wendy Bryonic and Samuel Amos in that tournament. Evan Somalena succumbing to a knee injury, hence his late omission. It's Iran in the final who had taken the continental accolade. In terms of the Australian national side, the men bowing out in the group stage, but featuring from our competition in Miles Downey's camp, the likes of Adam Cooper, who replaced Ahmed Sudan late on, only moments before the tournament had started. He joined the likes of Scott Rogan and Aaron Yu. A tussle ensuing on quarters. Mosavi was momentarily away from Temmel. Garthon. Montfroy initially spilled, but was quick to ensure it was within his arms. Sapina not too far. Masavi through the gates of Dawood. Sapina, Traslavenia will get there. Garthon was late. Boho not happy, nor was the Thornbury bench. And Traslavenia wore all of it.
Thornbury bench incensed. They want some further action. Unfortunately for them, the challenge, despite its firmness, was fair. Traslavenia coming off second best, but he seems to be all right.
Sapina keeps the ball in somehow. Scoops it towards Traslavenia. Ramadan steals. 3v2 for Hume. Traslavenia gets back. and sits down Goliath. And upon the confrontation, David Ben-Traslavenia goes into the book.
And it's just frustration. A real boil over from that earlier challenge not being given as a free kick. You saw him sprint back and go flying into the challenge after Ramadan had picked his pocket. It's a reckless one, and now he has to be cautious.
Temel behind the free kick. Pivotal moment for Hume in this contest. Can they muster up what's needed here? Temel rolls for Smith. And by his own standards, Junior would want that back.
He would look at it as a good look. Hume still being frustrated. As we come towards the conclusion of this first half, the Black Army still yet to really trouble Montfroy. Temel's looking to change that. Now on to Smith Jr., who tangos with Traslavenia. Ramadan in retreat, got a foot on it, but it broke for Sapina. He now wants to try and barge his way beyond two. And Arturo Diaz's lunge was delightful. Sapina had Bruce on the switch. Ramadan again leading the press. Bruce now under immense pressure. Rolls back. Oi! Almost inventively was the ball to find Traslavenia from Montfroy. Smith Jr. now the other way. Temel happy to take it over the touchline. Smith Jr. couldn't charge beyond Bruce. Arturo Diaz didn't have his feet set.
And just on that, with that over-the-top ball from Montfroy, perhaps a chink in the Hume armour Thornbury have just identified from what was a rushed clearance.
Masavi again back for Montfroy. This time tiptoeing too close to the touchline when trying to find Traslavenia. Garthon wanted to go with pace. Instead it ricocheted off Ramadan. Was retrieved by Arturo Diaz, who had two left and right. Trying to draw Loretta, rolled it on for Ramadan. He spun beyond Pauli, Sapini dangled a leg. Diaz lost out to Traslavenia. Loretta kept it alive, bundled his way forward and is now on the charge. Ramadan dived in.
Loretta protesting with the Italian hand gestures in support, Ethan. Where's the ticket, he cries. Where's the ticket, he cries, Loretta. And well, you'd assume it might be the final time a Hume player of Lucky Ramadan could be allowed to impede his direct opponent like that.
Black Army walking a tightrope in what has been a fiery and physical first half, and now Romario Barjo fancies a timeout of his own. Thornbury called in, and when we come back, they will have a free kick. It is the Lily Whites who hold the slenderest of advantages. As we go to timeout, it's 2-0. Thornbury United 1. We return from timeout. Thornbury a goal up, have a free kick, and an opportunity to make further inroads as they chase a second consecutive opening night scalp. Sapina, Loretta, Transylvania, all held court. Loretta, Powley, set it for Sapina, whose effort was clipped untroublingly for Murray. Temmel. Transylvania on the press. Smith Jr. That's a tidy ball to find Cicek, who was able to ward off Powley. Temmel. Smith Jr. More intense from Hume, but well read by Loretta. Biliansky had a slip. Powley poked it on for Sapina, who had Transylvania further up. He ran himself into trouble and nearly sold a lunging Loretta short. Powley then couldn't find his Spaniard pivot. Inside the final minutes of the break. Have Hume got one last haymaker to throw? Transylvania dived. Smith Jr. His ball for Biliansky. Cicek sat them all down and rolled his effort wide of the post.
Another gleaming opportunity for the Black Army. Lots of composure from Biliansky, and Cicek trying to roll it beyond the suspended Monfroy. Time might evade Hume of another chance. In the last 30 seconds. Powley takes charge. Never stops this Powley. Couldn't find the acceleration to charge around Cicek. Murray, quick release for Biliansky. Cicek. Thornbury pressing high. Biliansky over the top. Powley and Cicek. They're together. Monfroy going quick. Transylvania initially controlled. Out of tarmac to keep the ball under his spell.
Thornbury now just in shutdown mode for the end of the first half. Happy to see this through. If there is to be a leveller, Hume have to be the ones to change it.
Cicek spinning, got his shot away. Biliansky goes down. Monfroy will scream with his protests. But with 7 seconds left on the clock, Hume have a spot kick.
Great anticipation from Biliansky. Knew it would be a tricky one for Monfroy to gather. He gets in just before the keeper, who leaves a hand out. And Hume have a golden last-ditch opportunity from the spot because of it.
Monfroy has an opportunity to become a hero for his new club. Cicek has the obligation to be the man with ice running through his veins to put his side on level terms and open their account for the new season. Pressure moment at the end of this first half. It's Hubert Cicek for Hume. It's a big save by Monfroy. Sapina takes a tumble into the broadcast area, but what a save by the man in yellow.
Fabulous from Tom Monfroy. The season's first real big piece of keeping. Having given away the penalty, came up trumps to preserve Thornbury's lead. It's an excellent stop down low.
And he celebrates it, as he should, but the danger not completely averted yet. The halftime whistle will ease the tension. A very captivating first 20 minutes of stock clock futsal. Thornbury United hit the front, and following such, it's been all Hume in trying to get back on level terms. Monfroy with the penalty save at the death of the first half, which keeps the scoreline. Thornbury United 1, Hume FC 0 as we cross to half-time. Players in their positions, and up and away we go for the second half. Marrero, the man who broke the deadlock, got the game underway and was lurking ominously on the edge of his semicircle. Hume on the back foot early, Ethan, following kickoff that Thornbury had. The Lily Whites just asserting themselves into the contest following the half-time resumption of play.
Early pressure, early momentum, crucial for Thornbury. You get the feeling a second goal makes this quite tricky for Hume.
Many eyeballs on this one, as I'm sure will be on the first rendition of 2026 in the El Classico. The contest which surely will deliver. Lots of excitement heading into a grand occasion. Considering the exchanging of guards from Gabriel Zeballos, going from Fitzroy to Moreland in a managerial role. This Milton Sakos, who has taken a break from futsal. The outdoor circuit had left Bandura FC, joining that of East Q. And hasn't ruled time on his futsal endeavours. Let's just put them on pause for now, leaving his head position vacant. In its place, Sam Milnes steps up to the realm. Has a lot to do with Moreland. They are to lift the SFA men's title of 2026. Diaz, Cicek, happy to reset. Temel, Diaz now advancing forward. Wrestling with Powley. There could have been a kick in there from Diaz. Boho in the book. Ethan, you might have had a better view on that. Diaz was well and truly in there. And it looked as if he might have connected with Powley.
They became entangled. Arturo Diaz didn't take kindly. There's a leg left in there.
Boho goes in the book, but you can understand why perhaps he's feeling a certain way.
Replays don't do Diaz any favours. It's been a heated affair so far. It's been bubbling quietly. It might just have boiled over. And Arturo Diaz nearly with a moment of madness.
Monfroy. Diaz cuts it off. And Turkman will take his place. The Raging Bull needing to cool off. Jabo. Not around Swade. Jabo and Swade coming together. Certainly a feeling in this one. And it's being amplified in almost each playing scenario now, Ethan. Powley flicking inside the area. It will be Murray's ball.
A really steamy start to the new season for both of these sides. The Raging Bull seeing red and taking his march. Swade, who's also been involved in a couple of scuffles, finds Temel. Cicek finds his captain. Those two work intricately. Turkman advanced, as did Swade. Ball found him, but the angle was too great. It's been that kind of evening for Hume so far. It's not been without adventure, but it is lacking in end product. And the longer it stays this way, the longer Thornbury Sensei could snatch a second. Temel battled hard. Swade. Cicek, who again wants to go at Powley and again is forced back by Powley. Temel, Turkman, Swade, who gets it back from Temel. Turkman. Temel with clip. Cicek stole a yard! Powley left a lunge. And Hume watched it trickle agonisingly wide. In fact, it got a helping touch. It will be a corner. Important intervention. The first real precarious position Hume have put Thornbury in this half. And upon further reflection, corner's not needed. Jarbo had to evade a Turkmen-led press of two. He could only find touch. Armando Wood prepping to come back on. Hoping to inject some energy into this Hume side. Masavi getting his instructions from Romario Bajo on the Thornbury touchline. Klanaris, Cicek, Temel. Cicek. Again for Temel. Turkmen just drifted centrally. Opened the space for Klanaris, which was not taken. Cicek. Klanaris, whose touch was loose. Pauli. Jarbo. Again, Pauli goes searching, and again, Temel read it well. That's a tidy turn from Turkmen. A tidy return challenge. Montfroy hacked it away, only as far as Klanaris, who went into it with Jarbo, and those two came together. Temel now charging, Marrero wanting to hold his advance. Jarbo giving a helping hand, and the Hounds have now stripped it away. Marrero went on the poke, and poked his effort wide. It is that kind of bite that Thornbury have shown. Hume looking for an answer. Temel. Again wanting to take it to Marrero. And again unable to beat him.
Nearly stayed alive for Wagner. He's stemming a lot of the Hounds' defensive structure from his offensive position, causing headaches for Klanaris and Temel when they're in possession.
Klanaris. Hume fraught of ideas. De Wood, Temel. Either of those two provide the answer. Temel once more. Turkmen, who tiptoed beyond Masavi. Montfroy came and wasn't needed to get there in the end.
Ball poised for De Wood, who just watched it sell out of play. It was aimless from Montfroy. Biliansky. De Wood. Back to Biliansky. Great defensive pressure. Zacharias. Masavi. Pauli. Tried the reverse flick. Turkmen plants his feet nicely. Now Klanaris is on for the pass. He wasn't sure of it. You can see Mickey Klanaris looking behind himself, Ethan, saying, where's the ball gone?
And Biliansky was charging for the switch. Klanaris thought it was going out that way. He was getting ready to make the run to the back post, and Turkmen completely played him.
Biliansky. De Wood. These two, Ethan, momentarily combining more and more. De Wood and Biliansky.
Adding a lot of energy to this side. Hume have just lifted the last couple of minutes. And it's because of the introduction of those two.
Sapina. Impeded. De Wood in the book. And that man you're seeing on your screen, none other than Declan Woods. Yesterday was officiating the Wellington Phoenix doubleheader across the ditch in the men's Ozuzu Ute A-League and Ninja Fruit W League. Tas Petrikas working on overtime to get the officials of a professional calibre. To be professional, you must work with professionals, and well, in terms of recent refereeing accolades, which Maria Petrikas has enjoyed, Ethan, showcasing that futsal can be a certain starting point to a long professional career in officiating as well as playing.
Maria Petrikas, one of the shining lights of series futsal, and was rewarded with such with global recognition.
From the corner, Zacharias lets it roll. Now Smith Jr. likes his situation, perhaps delay the timing of the pass. Jr. Linares. Smith Jr. Tried to measure for DeWood. Sapina in the way. Bruce. Sapina. The deepest hound. Smith Jr. cuts it off. Has DeWood on for the pass. Went for the backstick instead. It was a nice idea from the Queenslander.
It's tidy from Smith Jr. The first time he's been allowed to roam. Clanaris does the right thing. The ball just a little bit far ahead. That extra touch took him too far wide to cut it back.
Bruce. Masavi. Can't unleash Zacharias. Liansky, Clanaris. DeWood, pickpocketed. Masavi, strolling forward, biting him off more than he could chew. Clanaris, comfortable for Monfroy. Releases quickly, Sapina. Masavi, chipping down the court. Zacharias. Biliansky snatches the ball away. Isolated, DeWood overlapping. Smith Jr., the lateral option. Bruce getting in the way. Ethan Hume really now starting to build.
Smith Jr. starting to be at the heart of it. Just drag that effort as he went to strike it. Allow Bruce to block. Their search for an equaliser continues, but it is coming closer by the minute. Biliansky. This time Zacharias' turn to get in the way. Hume hunting. An opening night which, so far for Fernando de Moraes and co, is not going to plan. It's not following the script. Biliansky. Monfroy makes a tidy stop. Sapina. Smith Jr. in retreat. Masavi. Split two and got in ahead of DeWood. Bruce. Sapina. Bruce. Went with height for the Spaniard, but it was picked up by Clanaris, who had two up with him. DeWood was one, Smith Jr. the other, and he was sold short by his counterpart.
DeWood, perhaps in that scenario, just a touch too predictable. Players of a higher calibre, always getting instinctive and creative in that scenario. Comes a time for the youngster.
And this time, Armand DeWood's drill. Monfroy save, Biliansky bundled, DeWood's following! Thumped him for 1-1! Hume have been knocking, and now not only do they have lift-off, they have their leveller.
And in doing so, Armand DeWood might just tell anybody that says anything about his game style where to go. It's almost poetic, Ethan, how we touch on the experience which is yet to build. But how about the experience he has and which he showed there? With his positioning on the edge of the semicircle. The finish was sublime. Right into the top right corner. And all of a sudden, Hume have themselves within a 2-goal quickfire double. And Biliansky puts the Black Army in front.
A topsy-turvy opening night. Hume, who were looking in need of divine intervention moments ago, have now flipped this game on its head in next to no time. It's Thornbury who are the ones that have it to do, and Zacharias' touch has invited Ramadan to roll in, and Monfroy made a marvellous stop.
Goal scorer for Hume FC, number 4, Gera Biliansky.
Had Ramadan scored, it would have been rapturous. It's a good palm from Monfroy at an important time.
Not enough time to even do the DeWood goal on the big PA, Ethan.
As Temmel this time, they're queuing up. And Monfroy is being made into a string of saves. Caught sweetly by Mohamed Temmel. Another corner. Smith Jr. this time battling. And Mulholland making sure nothing more came of it.
Finally a brief pause in the action. We've had no real time at all to take a breather. So fleshing out the Armand DeWood goal, Biliansky went and found one of his own. And the finishers, it must be said, Ethan, from both of Hume's goals they scored, top shelf. Incredible. Monfroy He's been very active in this contest, keeping things out, but those efforts, very hard to deny.
One a firecracker, the other composed. And Hume have now got it going their way. Massive season, massive start. Box office on Super Sunday from minute one. And for a game that's been so explosive, a brief pause, which Mohamed Temel will now curtail. Bruce happy to clear that away.
Temel. Hume really putting the Hounds under pressure. Smith Jr. went across. Sapina takes an uncharacteristic tumble. Despite Thornbury's really high-built, stonewall defensive performance thus far, you've been able to not just break it down, but find a couple as got very intricate for Garthon. Zacharias at the other end had the ball bounce away from him.
And in the last 5 minutes, Hume have just played with more energy, more inventiveness. The nerves have gone, and they're all starting to fire.
Garthon, Smith Jr. to shift around Bruce. It's the Hound who wins out. Lavinia provide an injection of pace. Controls it with his chin almost. Sapina not away from Temel. And Ramadan can fire. Monfroy can save. Bruce got fortunate in the end. The ball ricocheting off of Ramadan and out of play to be a Hound ball.
Not a comfy save from Monfroy. Ramadan dragged it a bit, but still steered it straight back into trouble.
Ramadan with the side ball. Swayed over the crossbar. Nearing the halfway point of the first round's second half in the clash between Hume FC and Thornbury United FC. The Hounds in need of a response. Hume keeping with this momentum. They're looking to translate it into more scoreboard pressure. Murray. Sapina, can he lift? As the match continues, Jono Sapina went a fair journey, but Turkman now's on one of his own, and has options left and right. Ramadan was the one he elected, and a corner will be earned for the Black Army.
It's a good decision from Turkman to play Ramadan. Mulholland was galloping back. He'd committed early to go to the back post. It just didn't come for Hume.
Ramadan has to go deep towards a stumbling Suede. Murray, confident with the ball at his feet. Fizzing ball for Ramadan. First touch, got him away from Mulholland, but opted to go back the way he came. Suede, drifting inside. Ramadan onto his left, he prefers. Pauli with the charge down. Temel kept lofting. Can Loretta reinstate some of the Hounds' fire? Temel, 2-1 again for Hume. It's Mo Temel! Monfroy remained composed and made himself big. Pauli not away from Ramadan. Declan Woods electing only a side ball, which will be Hume's.
Half completely flipped on its head. Hume have snatched the momentum. And now Thornbury at risk of being run away from. Temel. Swayed. It's a good challenge from Charles Lavinia. And those two tangle again. Not for the first time tonight either. Swade this time goes, gets in ahead of Sapina. Gets it back from Temmel. Comes to Swade, wins a corner. Thornbury starting to look leggy. Hume with all the energy. Swade. Ramadan went inventive. And Loretta blocked. Hume on a penalty. And now Sapina's on the break. Charles Lavinia with him. Temmel came up big. Sapina's in a hurry. Loretta lost out to Ramadan. The first but not the second. Swade. Temmel, who was hustled and stormed upon by Sapina. Charles Lavinia ensures they can't get out. Still yet to see a timeout in this second half. Inside the final stretch of this game. To Wood with too much loft for Ramadan. Sapina found directly by Montfroy. Immediately surrounded by a trio in black. Turkman came away with it. Temmel was up with him. Placed it for Cicek. Pauli got there.
You must give credit to Luke Pauli. He never stops. He genuinely does never stop. He was confronted with another situation where he was the only person back for Thornbury. His positioning did just enough to get rid of the concentration from the forward streaming Turkman. Yes, he concedes the foul, but that could have been a lot worse if it wasn't for the efforts of Pauli.
Temmel trying to prove now that a Hume free kick isn't the lesser of two evils. The Wood lurking for a rebound. Temmel, Turkman, swiped at it. Pauli, Charles Lavinia, bundled into by Cicek. This game has stayed spiteful. Maybe the mop can cleanse the tensions as well as the court. Thornbury's turn for a free kick. Pauli thumped it into Temmel, who was happy to thigh it away. And Loretta took a tumble and came together with DeWood inadvertently. What have Thornbury got to try and salvage something on opening night? Charles Lavinia gave it away to Temmel, who wanted Turkman's reverse. Cicek made it work, and Sapina shut the door. Hume looking to launch once more. Turkman. Lovely tiptoe away from Charles Lavinia. Cicek went with height. Turkman and Loretta. And Loretta did well. Montfroy went direct. Charles Lavinia just couldn't get a touch. And now Murray's on an adventure. Turkman placed it behind Temmel.
Composure just going out the window. Charles Lavinia millimetres away from making contact. It's a great bit of distribution again from Montfroy. Loretta, Sapina. Loretta will settle for a side ball. There was calls previously from Mario Bajo towards Jono Tapina to just get his shot away. On the edge of the area, the Spaniard trying to do what he does best. Pauli flicking Sapina. Juggling his way through. Carthon measuring for Cicek. Loretta took a fair chunk of him. This game's highlight reel, Ethan. Might be more of a WWE match than a futsal contest. Mop called upon again. Lauretta ensuring that Cicek's forward flurry wasn't going anywhere in a hurry.
Cicek's charge, not necessarily intentional from Lauretta. Was watching the ball back to Montfroy.
Debatable.
Cicek just cut across the running line.
Could be a debate there, Ethan. I think it was rather clear from Lauretta, and you can't really blame him. Don't think that one was incidental, but we can agree to disagree. As Garthon kept lofting. Said that a couple of times tonight now, Diaz, where he's just kept his efforts on the rise. Cicek. Biliansky, the recent scorer for Hume. To Wood, the deepest. Biliansky, back to Murray. Cicek, Jabo. Providing some pressure. Cicek manages it well. De Wood only could miscue. And our first casualty has occurred in Darabin. There goes the pink ball. We have many replacements, but Ethan, I wonder how many we might lose in the process before all are gone. It's part of the architecture of this building. Some things never return. And that pink ball might be the first of many this year. Cicek never really guided the header to a position of advantage. Jabo, not caught goal side. Biliansky went the cut back. It's still there for the Black Army. And Darman de Wood finds his second against his former club.
Goal scorer for Hugh, number 11, Arman de Wood.
And the Black Army are stretching their legs away from Thornbury now.
Tidily composed by Biliansky. Ever so easy to let the moment get away from you at the second attempt. His second bite of the cherry, ever so sweet. Squared for de Wood, who's got himself at the double and turned in to a mostly vacant net. And Hume, who were scratching their heads at half-time, now are having an opening night, perhaps to remember. So often a springboard. And de Wood bundled down by Jabo. Although nothing doing. There is Jabo. Powley. What can Thornbury throw at them to try and rescue it? Marrero. Powley. Got in ahead of de Wood and then held him off not once but twice. Powley, lovely ball. Jabo's swivel was sharp. Now then. The protest from one bench is that Smith Jr.'s contact was inside the box. The other, of course, protesting it was on the perimeter. Free kick adjudged. Is this the look? Thornbury, who have been starved of shots in the second half. Are they about to thrust the door open to get right back into this game? Sapina, the wall does its job, and then Murray makes a brilliant save on the second attempt. Crucial from the man in cyan. Bruce wanting to give him more to do. They have a corner. Thornbury enjoying a spell. And Bruce again belting his effort well over. This for Hume, who have been battling the drop, who have been playing playoffs each of the last 3 seasons. They hope this is the start of a new dawn. Diaz, Smith Jr. was screaming forward centrally, instead went for Clanaris. Arturo Diaz, Smith Jr. Then lost out to Marrero, who too couldn't sort his feet out in the nick of time. Smith Jr.'s second attempt, nodded on by Jabo for Sapina, who's flicked for Marrero, and Smith Jr. again in the right place at the right time. And now Hume can counter. Clanaris went early and dragged it. Jabo. Bruce. Marrero. Poking, Sapina stole a yard. The setback was terrific, as was the read from Smith Jr.
Thornbury getting more endeavourous. Getting certainly more curious to what they can try conjure up offensively. They're asking questions, reaching to lengths they haven't reached to before. The narrative all but there for everybody. Armand Dawood, 2 goals against his former club. It's important to Thornbury last season, really married into their playing style as Jabo gives the ball away, and Smith Jr. had a one-on-one opportunity. Monfroy once more remaining tall.
That's nearly critical. The giveaway in such a dangerous area. Hume once again unable to punish Thornbury, and it just keeps the door open.
The legs of the Hounds starting to just get frailer as the game goes on. Garthon and Clanaris showing more chemistry now. They combined on that occasion, and well, the shot from Clanaris was just dragged wide. Marrero, Sapina. Bruce making a wide run. Marrero, Jabo, Sapina. Took a shot on. It's encouraged by the Thornbury bench. Jabo urged to shoot. Murray comes across. Ray Patrikas ensuring that there's no on-court froth. Production crew called upon, and Monfroy wanted the stoppage, and that's what the keeper got. It's by Smith Jr. jostles off. Turkman in his place as Jabo got his shot through the traffic, not underneath the crossbar.
Just a spree of Thornbury strikes. They're hoping it's not too little, too late at the moment. 1 goal keeps the door open, but you feel now it is really now or never if a comeback is to eventuate.
Swade, Temmel, Sapina, 2 against 2 now for Thornbury. Sapina goes down. Thornbury not having that level of bite as to which they may have in the opening proceedings of this contest. Perhaps their legs not being as fresh as Hume's have been. The Black Army boasting more substitution opportunities, playing opportunities rather, through the substitutions they have. Ramadan will try to latch on, as well measured by Murray. The run a bit late from Lockie. Still just over 4 minutes left in the second half. Thornbury have time to turn things around. It's a matter of their resolve. Jabo trying to go around Turkman, keeps the ball alive, but it will benefit his counterpart number, Sapina. Had possession. Turkman had a big slide to prevent the Spaniard from venturing forward.
And that's been the difference this evening. That defensive endeavour from Hume. has really slowed Thornbury wherever they've looked to advance outside of the opening goal. Marrero. Sworn off it by Suede, and now it's 2-on-1. They'll walk it in for 4. A fab 4 on opening night for Hume, who are starting to see a happy start to the season. And Thornbury want timeout. At risk of it falling apart, the night has been twisted, turned on its head for the Hounds. As we go to timeout, here Team 4, Thornbury United 1. We return from timeout. Thornbury in need of answers if they are to rescue an opening night that at half-time was going their way, but is now at risk of truly sliding away. 4 straight for Hume has them in a position of promise. Side 2 aren't exactly known for their quick start to the season, are hoping that 2026 is now finally going to get off on the right foot. Pally with an effort, however, still wanting to change it. Murray's initial save, and then he was sightedly eyeing the crossbar, which ricocheted over for a corner. Turkman again hurried out. Defensively, he's been dogged this evening. Quick glance from Fernando Dimirais at the time. Turkman's won it, and Ramadan is rolling. Turkman's charging with him just to keep up. Lily White flood back to shut the door. Suede and Pauli collide. Pauli one out. Ramadan went across. Pauli was then pelted by 2. Temel cut the ball out. Marrero, Musavi, and Murray saves. And then goes route 1 for Ramadan. Temel. That's a lovely switch to find Turkman. Suede. Ramadan. Marrero got a foot in, and now Thornbury can charge. Marrero continued his run. Pauli was on his own. Magnificent. Truly superb from Gab Murray.
There's not much you can do if you're Pauli. It's where you meant to place the ball. Murray makes himself that big. And there's a player from Thornbury who deserves something from this contest. It is their number 14, who simply hasn't stopped.
Pauli has to just keep on going. This time in retreat of Turkman. Gets it back from Montfroy and quickly moved it on. Thornbury just starting to build some momentum. Musavi couldn't quite take it on the swivel. And it will be Hume's turn for timeout. Dimirais wants a change, maybe wants a breather. No change to the scoreline. A little ramp up in the intensity as we get a timeout for the final time in the early kickoff. It's Team 4, Thornbury United 1. return from timeout. Hume having their starts of the season go their way, although that roll from Gab Murray didn't go the way of Armand Wood. Powley. Masavi was lurking. Diaz with 2 good challenges, and then DeWood was dragged down in retreat. And forward wins a free kick. Konikoff just tiring a touch. All about game management now from the Black Army. It's Diaz, it was nearly too hot to handle for Temel, but he did well in the end. Turkman then sold Diaz short the first time, but he read the Mosavi move. And then read diligently, and then Mosavi kept lurking. And in a scramble with Murray and with Diaz, wasn't able to get a fortuitous poke into the net.
In the crossfire, Murray just clutching at the region around his eyebrow. Mosavi wasn't going to die wondering. Thornbury wanting to finish the game in a flurry. Wagner Marrero with a war cry from his technical area. Distracting for those around him. Of course, FC Kelton Hart have the bye tonight, but you wonder what Rudy Wickett might be thinking watching this. Predictors might poise both Thornbury and FC Kelton Hart in the middle of the relegation battle. Just scratch your brain, Ethan, to think how they're going to match up against each other as the season plays out. Powley, Traslovenia, DeWood, one-touch futsal on display. Turkman tried much of the same. Temel sits down Traslovenia. 2 against 3 here for Hume. They can put the icing on the cake. Traslovenia props up, and suddenly it was Thornbury's chance to attack. Another turnover in play. Traslovenia puts down Temel, and that'll put a stop to the frantic end-to-end futsal we just witnessed.
To and fro from both sides. Game's been played at a good intensity all night. You consider the heat, you consider that sometimes there could be a couple of cobwebs needed to be dusted off to kickstart the new campaign. Both have gone full throttle from minute 1. Cicek. Send it back for Diaz. To Wood. Couldn't flick it beyond Traslovenia. And now Thornbury have got an opportunity. Masavi went on his right. And perhaps the run across to the left could have been more fortunate. Murray goes direct. Cicek and Powley continue their adversarieship.
You feel as if Armand Wood would be the man of the match for the opening clash. Bit of speculation. Round 2 gets that accolade, but he was involved, certainly. 2 goals to his name against the club he had put blood, sweat and tears into. Is there one last footnote in this one? Cicek strolls forward. The clock might beat all comers. What a way to start the year for Hume FC. Managerial start for the technical director of Solomon Mohammed, who gets Hume's first 3 points on offer. Thornbury certainly played with ferocity, but it was matched by those in black. The full-time score, Hume FC 4, Thornbury United 1. The goal scorers. Scoring opened courtesy of Wagner Marrero. Upon the cusp of half-time, it was Monfroy, Ethan, who had denied a equaliser. Hubert Cicek's effort denied from the spot. Upon the half, DeWood earned a double. Bilyansky found one of his own, as did Swade, which has the score all set at 4-1. The Classico not far away. Stay tuned to your monitor. It's Morn Fitzroy upon the resumption of the stream. Enrique Pimenta, the MVP of both Season 1 and 2 in 2025. A massive 2026 campaign only days away from starting for the Northern Blues. How's the camp feeling ahead of a big season ahead of them?
I'm very excited to play. Longer season, play more times against each other. You can see team is getting stronger, training hard. It will be tough, but I'm very excited for it. Ready?
How have Moreland, throughout the off-season, gotten ready for the big schedule ahead of them in the new camp?
Yeah, we started training next week, and other than the Christos, they are behind the scenes organizing something. I don't really know what it is, but I am expecting big things from Moreland.
And for yourself, you got back from Nationals. How was the experience in Gold Coast?
The experience to play was amazing. My performance was not the best. It was a tough tournament for myself, especially. Especially the year that I had, I was expecting to do more, and but it was tough. You know, coming back I went to Brazil on holidays, so I came back and flew straight away to Queensland to play. It wasn't easy, but it's always a pleasure to be there, to be part of it. You know. And I'm very happy for Fitzroy to win the title.
About your year last year in 2025, you were scoring some fantastic goals.
I did it right, didn't I?
Yes, you did it right. Tell us about it, through your perspective, how you got to playing at such a high level week in, week out, and taking both MVP titles that were up for grabs.
Look, I have my teammates behind me, supporting me. I think that's the most important thing, but I feel like when the thing starts to go in your way, you start to get more confident, you know, you just want to go for it. And I was feeling okay. I didn't have any injuries during the year. I was, in the big games I was there, it was giving me like more power to go, you know, and I can't say that it was lucky, because in my opinion, I did deserve that. I worked very hard to get the goals there, get the assists, and to be there to support the boys. And if you think about just my MVPs, however, the first season, Ahmed was equal top goal scorer with me, and then we had Robinson just behind, Adam just behind. Second season, I was top goal scorer, 1 goal ahead of Robinson. I think 5 goals ahead for Adam. You know, like I'm not getting there by myself. The boys are there helping me out.
The expectation for the Blues this year, with Clubs Cup, with Series Futsal Victoria, the men's competition, it would be an assumption that they're going to not just want to compete, but to win those titles. How have you guys prepared for that to be the case, where you are at the end of the season and you've got silverware behind you again?
Yeah, now this year will be a bit different for Moreland. We are like readjusting teams. We have Ada and Christos stepping over and getting a stronger position in the club, running teams behind the scenes, bringing players. So I don't really know what's going on. As a player, my job is to come here and do my best, and that's what I'm hoping to. But in the end of the day, it's just to be at training, doing the work on Wednesday, and then coming here on Sunday and trying to apply. We have a new coaching staff now with Sam and Gabriel, so things will change. And I think in every single club that you need to do a little change, it takes time to adjust. Hopefully we adjust very quick, but we know that things can happen along of the way, you know.
Just focusing on to the title win last year in the first season of 2025, how important was that for the Blues to break the barrier of the Fitzroy rivalry, where you had dethroned them of winning a 6th consecutive title to win one of your own?
Yeah, it was always important to win a title. It doesn't really matter after how long. Winning a title is a feeling that I think anyone needs to experience that. It's just amazing feeling. And during that year, we started to play in a bigger core where like Kevin and I, we are more used to. Back in Brazil, most of the cores are 40 by 20. Smaller cores is something that in my case, I didn't used to play a lot. But you can see players here that they grew up playing in those cores. So they know how to play that perfectly. not that they are doing different now, but they need one season to adjust. That's the difference. You know, so we did it very well together. We have the boys training. It was a very nice atmosphere. Towards to the next season that we lost a couple players getting injured, run out of legs. But that's why we love and we hate this sport, because anything can happen.
Anything can certainly happen. If we think back to that second season, despite everything you're saying, Moreland still had recorded victories against the eventual title winners of Fitzroy. It was the final day of the season where you ruined their early title celebration with a victory, of course. How important is that mental warfare with the champions to just remind them that you have the quality to outmatch them?
I think you win against Fitzroy. Fitzroy right now is the best team in the country. Yeah, they won the nationals. That's their title right now, and it's always important to beat it. You feel good, you feel ready for the season, you know, for just the next game. But always Moreland's is El Classico. You know, you just feel good to play, because that's how you want to be every single game, to be that tough, to have that mentality. Because from both sides, you need a couple seconds that you release your focus a bit. They are getting us, or we are getting them. It's just the few little mistakes that changed the whole game. On the first season, we won the title. We got into a game that the game was, I think, 5-2 for us at some point. And they got a draw, you know? We were losing 3-0 down, and we got a draw with 5 seconds from Adam have a shot from halfway line, you know? So it's very important for our mentality, those games. And I feel that we're always ready, because we know how it is. We know how tough it's gonna be, you know? And winning those games, or even getting a draw, it's very, very important. Very important, because in the end of the day, we are always fighting against each other. It's one loss, you are already 3 points behind, tough to chase after.
On your personal performance heading into the new season, do you feel as if you could be looking at a third successive
Third,
title?
take it easy. Right? I did very well getting 2, but right now I wanna see how it's gonna be the season for Moreland, who is gonna be there for training, you know, like how we're gonna adapt ourselves with new players coming in, a couple players leaving, so that time to adjust. And individually, I hope to do my best. I'll be here to do my best, to keep scoring goals, keep assisting. I'll be here to win. That's my mentality.
Enrique Pimenta, all the best for season 2026 with the Moreland Blues.
Thank you very much. I appreciate you guys to come here, and I expect everyone coming to support Moreland. All right? We might get the title. Let's go. Thank you, boys.
Yeah. The first of 4 Classicos to kickstart the hearts of those watching the Series Futsal Victoria Men's competition. How lucky we are to have 2 of the nation's best play each other in our very own competition. We have liftoff. Moreland, the Blues against the Tigers of Fitzroy. Many different in terms of personnel on the court, but nothing seems to differ in terms of quality. Many acquainting on a national stage together. Many knowing the intricacies, the abbreviations, the ins and outs, Ethan, which separate moments from things in time and which always remain. And in these contests, it's the little things which go such a long way. And it all starts tonight for either of these two. Well and truly in the title mix this season. Yet to see Pascoe Vale play, but it's no stretch of the imagination, Ethan, that coming to the final day of the season, we might just see these two and the matchup which ensues between them be for the title, as we have in previous years.
It is perennially champions versus challengers. It is as it always was. And just to add more spice, to add a little bit more fire, Gabriel Zeballos left Fitzroy at the end of last season. A career littered with success at the Tigers, and goes to Moreland. His first game in charge of the Blues is against the club which he left.
Consider all the narratives heading into this one. There's such a difference. You look towards the Moreland Blues bench and seeing Zeballos there, something I'm sure many would not have imagined. That's the nature of the Classico. Zeballos now in blue, exchanging it for yellow. The on-court lineup for Sal Milners this evening. Christos Apostolakis is the goalkeeper. Enrique Pimenta, the Season 1 and 2 MVP winner of 2025 starts. KDS has the captain's armband on. Atta Ibrahim returns. Adam Cooper joining the likes of those on court. As for the national and SFV champions, Fitzroy, the golden glove of the men's competition, Sean Price starts in between the sticks. Cosi Russo accompanies Robotis, Rogan and Epathemos all on court. Ethan, in terms of the goalkeeping ranks in this one, I'd like to shine a light on the priceless Sean Price. How instrumental was he in the national competition for the Victoria men's Tigers side in claiming a second consecutive Nationals title up on the Gold Coast?
He was priceless for that side at the National Championships on the Gold Coast, an integral part of the side that went all the way for the second straight time. A brilliant keep-up, someone who, since coming into it at Fitzroy, has established himself as the clear number 1. This season he looks to carry that momentum on as well, and perhaps pick himself out an SFV Golden Glove.
Many talking points developing already from tonight, and well, there's not really a break for those on court. Rogan and Cooper back from an international expedition. Some experience against some of Asia's best, some of the world's best, mind you. Aaron Yu in the mix also, though he's absent tonight. And well, considering that Cooper wasn't initially selected, he remained fit, he remained within the mix. And it was Ahmed Swadani replaced as we attempt to just ensure that the spotlight is shone upon those in our competition who can challenge the likes of the established national team in earning selections. Pimenta was certainly outspoken in recent weeks. Was very acknowledging of Fitzroy. Loves these contests, does the MVP. As Parthamos is isolated. Robotis. Russo. Rogan. Trying to skip around Cooper and Pimenta. Russo. Robotis. On the topic of futsal rules, Ethan. Grant Lynch put pen to paper and is in the selection mix for the Blues in season 2026. Of course, not here tonight, nor is Robson D'Souza. But the boys from New South Wales will continue to just dabble amongst the Moreland ranks.
Two very important pieces to the puzzle missing tonight. Grant Lynch and Robson D'Souza. Lynch will be someone who brings a wealth of experience, a wealth of ability and quality to a side that is already stacked. Goal scoring threat. Robson D'Souza knows where the net is, plays with flair. So two the Moreland will miss, possibly for different reasons, two different dynamics of attack.
It's been cagey. The opening few minutes. We'll provide time updates when we can. It's Pimenta. Reverse ball. Poised for Sweden. Russo tried to escape. Robotis in the mix also. Cooper with Ibrahim. A delegate possession. Here is Adam Cooper. Parthamos cuts it off. Sweden takes charge. Price tested early. Will come to penalties at any stage tonight. If there is a spot kick, Ethan, you'd almost have the pressure on the penalty taker for the Blues, considering how impressive Price has been at denying dead balls from the spot.
An excellent record from the spot for Sean Price. Came up big at the National Championships just gone. For Moreland this evening, that will be something that weighs on the mind if they are to be presented with an opportunity. To know that it's not a given, you have to beat a keeper whose track record is good.
The real career renaissance, if you will, of Sean Price. Of course, trains extensively with Aaron New. Fitzaru's wisdom perhaps being passed on to Price, who reads that situation nicely. Nepomuceno enters the mix for Fitzroy. Russo. Was an idea. Rogan went longer. The man from Curacao. Over the top goes Rogan. Apostolakis never dealt with it. And Russo had an opportunity. A miscommunication between Pimenta and Apostolakis allowed for the sniper to set sight on goal.
Apostolakis wanted Pimenta to nod it back to him. And Pimenta's header was errant. Russo, who loves a goal in this fixture. Pimenta spared his own blushes with a block. And Fitzroy have a corner. Russo's take. Parthamos. Pressed by Sweden. Cut out by Dos Santos. Set back for Pimenta, who had two to contend with, and in the end had to clear his lines. A real intensity to start this Classico. First of 4 for the campaign. That's a smashing ball for Rogan, and Apostolakis did well. Now Rogan's gone down. A collision with Kevin Dos Santos. Cosimo Russo was most displeased. Rogan back on his feet. Perhaps wearing a bit of a nasty one. Scott Rogan. Certainly feeling the fury of the Classico.
He's claiming the vacant hand went into my eye. Russo with a cry every time, he says to the officials.
Saul, Russo, dropped it off for Parthamos. Fitzroy just starting to find their groove. Rogan. Pressed by Dos Santos, squeezed it through to Parthamos, who then had a sea of blue to contend with and did well to retain it. Russo. And Rogan had made his move too early.
Corey Swall determined to get going early in this one. You can see him off the ball, just demanding it at his feet.
Apostolakis. Atai Ibrahim. Pimenta. Against Saul, who's been energetic. Quickly on the block. You can feel that even on opening night, the significance of this weighs heavy. Pimenta, Dos Santos. Sweden. Had to hold off Rogan. Found Ibrahim on the switch. Who's got Russo to go at? Atai Ibrahim, Dos Santos. Morden's turn to dictate. Pimenta. Swidan. Russo and Fitzroy being drawn. Swidan's ball was errant. So went early. And Apostolakis was elastic.
Wow. Apostolakis flung into full flight. Tremendous save.
Not required. Just to calm things down. Corey Saul seared that goalwards. And Moreland's number one equal to it. And for the first time, perhaps the only time in this fixture, you can breathe. Rogan's corner, the resumption. Had two charging, however. Had to wait for all to be seated. Just got Rogan restart take two. Went for Nepomuceno, but we had too much height and too much pace.
Referee Declan Woods just getting familiarised with some details about Series Futsal Victoria, of course, and Football Federation Australian decorated referee.
Atai Ibrahim has a chance! And Moreland have their moment! The challengers lead the champions.
Goal scorer for Moreland, number 5, Atai Ibrahim.
And after a stop-starty couple of moments, the Classico flies into life, as it so often does.
Searing finish. Against the ascendancy, against the grain, you might argue from a Fitzroy perspective. But nothing's taking away of the quality which Atai Ibrahim showcased us all just there. Off the volley, such a deft touch. So much technique on display. And the Blues strike first. Nepomuceno, Rogan, Peluso. Tries to go around Barakli, had done so. But once he got around him, Ethan got too excited and lost sight of the ball.
Burst of energy for Christian Peluso. Something Fitzroy need down the flanks.
Barakli. Nice battle opening up on commentary side between Barakli and Peluso. Players of similar age, similar playing styles. Lots of pace. Here is Barakli. Dos Santos. What can Dos Bronx do? Ibrahim. Going down the court for that of Swidan, who slipped upon receiving the ball. Just wonder if we are to see a fit KDS this season, not in terms of perhaps his overall physicality, more just it was his jaw last year which kept him out for some time. How important it is to not just a competition but more seeing the captain fit and ready to fire.
He's vital to their chances of going again and getting the title back from Fitzroy. Kevin Dos Santos can showcase the form he showed this time a year ago, season 1 of 2025. The Blues will be in the hunt.
Ahmed Swidan. Wanted to jostle around Peluso. Ibrahim, Barakli advancing. Swidan getting caught up between Nepomuceno and Rogan. Here is Peluso. Rogan. Swool takes the shot on. Apostolakis was scrambling. He wasn't exactly sure where the ball had landed.
It's not for the first time as well that Saul is just asking questions of Apostolakis. Something that Fitzroy will be mindful of.
First touch was ideal from Sweden, but it only evades him as the ball goes out of play. As always, these contests throughout the years, always with a tense start. Last year we were treated to some of the best futsal we've seen between these two clubs. A 3-3 draw with Cooper scoring with only a second left on the clock to equalise. Mournes were trailing by 3-0 up until the half-time stage. That was the first instalment in Season 1. Think about their first instalment of Season 2. And the Blues were up by 3 goals. It was 5-2 the score. And Josh Allen that night simply came to life for Fitzroy. He was doing everything almost solo. He wanted to really grab the game by the horns and get Fitzroy back on level terms. Rogan found half an angle. It bounces off of the head of De Santos and out of play. Mournes just currently absorbing the pressure Fitzroy are beginning to apply to them.
Blues hanging in for a bit. And the Tigers are hoping to bear some teeth. Nepomuceno. Tricked with Barakli, rolled in for Peluso. Rogan on the rebounds. Got an all-important flick over the bar at the expense of a Fitzroy corner. That was hit with real rattle from Scott Rogan. Nepomuceno's take, Corey Saul. Still searing, but that one also sky high. Miguel Barragos instated. Can feel the tension. You could genuinely cut it with a knife in Darabin at the moment. Neither team wanting to budge, neither wanting to give a yard. Rogan. Russo, the back stick was open for Peluso. Cooper got an all-important touch and then tiptoed his way out of trouble rather nicely. Barragos, Cooper, happy to clear his lines, and that is the pressure that Moreland are under at the moment. Rogan begins the next wave from Saul. Eyeing up Barragos. Rogan's move, Peluso's follow-up, another Fitzroy corner. A succession of set pieces. Still a plethora of options on either bench as well. Saul blocked by Cooper, pelted away by Pimenta. Rogan on the following, blocked away again by Pimenta. Barragos momentarily on the march. We're then seeing a trickle out of play. Fitzroy, Oscar Bryant, who made waves on the Gold Coast, put in some stellar performances. Peluso goes a long way round Cooper and lashes it across. Robotis was lurking a little too late. And it's yet another scare. Moreland survive.
Here with real power from Peluso. Having a lease on life in this one that's new.
Barragos, almost the beneficiary of Apostolakis going A1. Price, Robotis couldn't spin Pimenta. Russo, Saul. Chopped his way, twisted and turned, and Apostolakis closed the angle. Fitzroy rampant. And still unruffled on Moreland. Russo on the drive, Dos Santos on the block. And now a moment maybe to go. Kevin Dos Santos away from one, and Peluso in retreat. Poked it away from danger. Delightful from the Moreland skipper. Blue searching. Cooper lurking! And launched his effort just wide.
You'd assume it was more of a calculated effort on goal from Cooper. Not really. Going for leather.
Saul. Quickly on for Russo. Robotis stole the yard and then got goal side of Pimenta momentarily. And then found himself surrounded by a sea of blue, and Pimenta and Apostolakis are on the same page that time. Dos Santos, Cooper. Forced to clear, and Baragos will make it work. A delightful takedown. And Saul couldn't prevent the corner.
Well crafted from Baragos. Hasn't played in a couple of months, has Miguel. And knew that, well, he was in a confined space, might as well in a corner. Cooper's take. Swedan strike! They'll go again, the Blues. Swedan, no rush to take the corner. Cooper arrived at the near post. Price had to palm away. Russo into his path. Insert Henrique Pimenta with a slide. Swall. Receives the ball back from Peluso. Russo comes in towards Robotis. Apostolakis does just enough. Dos Santos. Cooper. Brilliant ball for Swedan. He was looking to use almost his shoulders, Ethan, to make connection.
He was looking to get inventive and steer it beyond Price. He was just going for a feint flick to wrong foot him.
And here is Ahmed Swedan getting around Swall. Peluso with the backtrack. Exchange of possession of both sides as Pimenta. Another great save by Price. Apostolakis wanting his side to keep control. Very topsy-turvy nature of it. Cossier also a protest. He might have been fouled. Ray Patrikas will have a talking to the sniper.
Patrikas also not best pleased. She was collateral damage. Cosmo Russo's protest and initial contact.
Swedan from the corner. Chipping towards Pimenta. I'm sure Henrique, by his own standards, would want that opportunity replayed. Russo. Robotis. Cooper attempting to shut down the pivot for the Tigers. Peluso. Russo. Swall. The Tigers trying to move. Atai took charge, collided with the big man Corey Swall. Cooper has the composure. Has to dart away, gets it back. Cooper. Price with a save. Can Fitzroy counter? Swedan quick upon that of Robotis, and Cooper was too quick to have the shot controlled.
High octane at both ends. This game has lost its caginess, and now you're starting to see just the quality of futsal on display from both of these sides.
Swedan lurking the deepest. 2 against 2 now for Moreland. Rogan made the block. Both sides finding difficulty in being measured in their moments. You mentioned high octane, Ethan. Correct. There's no real signs of it slowing down, as it was a very devilish block from Rogan, which could have gone anywhere. The Santos from the corner situation. Ball not cleared yet by the Tigers. Swedan sends it to space.
Moreland just beginning to snatch that side of a second. Fitzroy's turn to hold firm. The first Classico of the campaign, topsy-turvy as ever. Rogan Got it back from Robotis. More than happy to hold firm. Parthamos worked a yard for himself. Russo on the far side stung the palms of Apostolakis, who gathered at the second attempt, then wanted Pimenta. Parthamos' chest was tidy, and Dos Santos dangled a finger. Deflected off a digit for KDS. As Oscar Bryant comes on for his first involvement in this evening's proceedings. Clearly
Future
shone.
is now for Fitzroy.
Clearly shone on the Gold Coast. Fresh Jimmy Sufus had been scoring goals for fun at youth level, especially in the second part of last year. He will be hoping that that rich vein of form transpires to the grandest stage. Pimenta. That's Ibrahim. Moreland take the sting and bite and a giveaway. And Russo's on the march. Parthamos winning 1-1! Piercing from Elias Parthamos. And Fitzroy have found their leveller by accepting a gift.
Goal scorer for Fitzroy, number 6, Elias Parthamos.
So fine the margins. So brittle the tightrope which you walk. And the reigning champions make Moreland pay the ultimate price.
That's the cannon personified. That is Elias Parthamos in his purest form. Barely half a glimpse. Bryant an option. A lateral option on the opposite flank. He goes solo. The finish. Expertise. Apostolakis in all his experience, not getting near it. Side netting. Fantastic from the cannon.
Dos Santos had 2 to contend with, one of whom was Rogan. And so the script flips again. The dynamic shifts, and Parthamos is on the march. He doesn't fancy another, does he? Rolls it off for Russo, who stepped Pimenta and waited on a runner who never arrived. And Moreland want time out. Fitzroy took their momentum, they took their ascendancy, and they took their chance. The leveller, courtesy of their comeback kit. As we go to timeout, it's Moreland 1, Fitzroy 1 in the Classico. And we return. Locked level. Moreland clearly rattled, clearly moved to action by that concession of an equaliser. Fitzroy found a way to fight. They have found a way to get themselves level. And Moreland want to reinstate the order. Price read the ricochet well. Quickly on for Parthamos, whose goal is now 1, which has us back where we started. Rogan, Bryant, waited on a runner. Ibrahim made the block. Oscar Bryant did well to win it back, and then was given a subtle barge into touch. That's Ibrahim. Enrique Pimenta, not just the MVP from last season, the Golden Boot winner too. Ahmed Sudan. Dos Santos, hustled by Parthamos and sent off his pursuit in some style. And Rogan's there to rein it back in. Sweden. Dos Santos was drifting, Bryant was bustling. Fitzroy finding some fervour. Sweden. Dos Santos advancing at Ibrahim on the switch. Bryant again wins out. Rogan had to clear. Jimmy Soufis encouraging. Relentless in his resistance. Adam Cooper comes back on. The man for many a moment. Is he to have one more before half-time? Just over 4 to go. Do either of these two titans want to take a lead to the break? Atay Ibrahim. Tried to roll away from Russo. Drop for Dos Santos. Set it for Sweden. Rogan got the clearance. Sweden take 2. Bryant Stern to block and Moreland have a corner. Atay Ibrahim's take. 1-2 with Cooper. This time Bryant again with a good challenge. Ibrahim's take. Price sprawled himself across just to be sure. There wasn't an on-rusher at the back post. Was hoping Sweden would saunter in. Was Atay Ibrahim. Price. Piercing ball. That's too much of Oscar Bryant. Couple of little moments, little fine margins, all make a difference. Sweden. Cooper. Threaded terrifically. Sweden on the poke. And was collected as collateral.
It's almost how unplayable both sides can be from Morn's perspective. How much pace on the grounded ball from Cooper to unlock Sweden, who has it within his game to be quick with his feet.
Nepomuceno charging at Bayrakli, who blocks. Russo recycled it. Parthamos. Russo was allowed a yard and lashed his effort just wide. The first pocket the sniper's been able to find, and it was nearly a bullseye. Cooper's ball a corker, and Bayrakli off the bar inventively.
Wow. Oh, that would have been something from Erkan Bayrakli. Mr. Miyagi-esque.
Almost remarkable. Almost the moment and the quality of it needed to break this game open. Sweden, Cooper. Again for Ahmed Sweden. Ibrahim. Gabriel Zeballos wanting calm. Again clip for Sweden. Although Saul was always best placed and Russo just made sure. What started with tension has now become a proper tango. Russo, Rogan. Russo on the return. Nepomuceno early. Uncomfortable for Apostolakis, who's allowed to gather.
Itching forward was Cooper. Sweden. Cooper wanted the ball into space. Sweden wanted it at Cooper's feet. Swall. Rogan. Russo. Rogan. Sweden takes charge. Controls the ball. Bayrakli. Nicely found by Sweden. Ibrahim. Swall with a block.
Suave from Ahmed Sweden. Had the safer option of a recycle through Ibrahim, but went on the drive on the diag to Bayrakli. It's the kind of intricacy, the cutting edge that's needed.
Cooper. Price with some fine handling. The distribution, not so much. Last 90 seconds of the first half. The first instalment of 4 this season in the Classico as Cooper tests Price from downtown. Rogan and Russo exchanging possession. Nepomuceno with a tumble. The ball goes out of play. Cooper and Nepomuceno finding the funniest side to that. Ibrahim gets it back from Cooper. Chance for Morelands. The bench applaud. There could have been more than just appreciation of a fine bit of craftsmanship between the players. Nearly their second. Inches away as the ball just glanced across the face of goal. Rogan takes a tumble. Nepomuceno is one-on-one with Apostolakis. He goes down and play resumes. Russo takes charge. 2 against 2. Swollen Russo. Still an opportunity for the Tigers. Cooper not as far as Ibrahim. A moment for both sides there, Ethan, transpiring.
Chavaro Nepomuceno through one-on-one.
Barakli bundling Rogan off the ball, but he still managed Flash to find Chavaro Nepomuceno. Apostolakis had to come off his line. But that's not all she wrote for the first half. A timeout break issued by Jimmy Soufis. Fitzroy had a major opportunity at the other end as we cross to a timeout break. Last few seconds of the opening half to be played out. Ibrahim's volley cancelled out by a Parthamos screamer. Barakli, big slide, and now Morn have the numbers. It's Adam Cooper for the Blues. Dos Santos arrived at the back post. The ball with just too much pace for Dos Bronx.
Inches from Kevin Dos Santos, a fraction lighter, and he gets to turn in unguarded. The finest of margins.
How will the Blues roll the dice? In the last few seconds, they have to go now simply. They do something, but it appears they'll settle for the half-time whistle. Ibrahim with a bit of a look of bemusement towards his bench, but nothing bemusing about the Classico so far. It's one apiece as we cross to half-time. remaining got in store for all of us. Well, that was the first 20. What's the remaining got in store for all of us here watching and participating in the Classico? Nepomuceno to roll the ball to kickstart the second half. Both sides going into it on level terms. 1 goal apiece as we're up and away. There's many compelling narratives to get us underway in the first eighth. And what was something in your lens which stood out brightest?
The two different styles and the way that Gabriel Ceballos has been able to implement his blueprint onto Moreland so far. They were very happy to sit in and let Fitzroy have possession early, utilising the counter which gave them the goal. But after that, you saw the freedom and you saw the nerves get taken out of them. And the same for Fitzroy. It became more fluent as it went on and as these sides grew in confidence. But the two different styles of play are really what surprised me. For Moreland, they look a more composed team.
Many will ponder who might have had the better of the two opening goals. Both of different quality, but certainly very captivating. Russo going underground from the corner. Swall! Had the instincts inside the semicircle, did Corey Swall. And Fitzroy fire a goal to put themselves in front.
Goal scorer for Fitzroy, number 11. Corey Swall.
Super cool. Corey Swall inside the area. And once it fell to him, Ethan, he knew exactly what to do.
And again, Moreland punished for not clearing their lines. The initial clearance from Dos Santos, he doesn't get any momentum behind it. It drops ever so invitingly for Corey Swall. And the second he's in that position, you knew what would happen next. You knew he would bury it. Fitzroy have flown out of the traps in the second half and now have the lead that they most desire.
Here is the recent goal scorer, back heeling for Russo. Swall took it on from downtown. Cooper. Ibrahim. Cooper. Unable to find a teammate. Russo. Scott Rogan. Nepomuceno out of court. Ibrahim. Cooper. Dos Santos. Bullin trying to get more fluent on the interplay between all the blue shirts on court. Cooper looking for Sweden. And with that interplay, Ethan, you can notice how the Blues are trying to just create little pockets of space to infiltrate.
And on that occasion, it's creating the overload. Both Dos Santos and Cooper split to the left flank. It allows that space at the back post for Ahmed Sweden. The ball's just a touch too heavy, and that's what really kills the attack. But it's really good from Moreland to utilise that space to crowd one area and get Sweden in round the outside.
Nepomuceno, ball rolling onto his right, and side netting. Ibrahim, isolated upon his journey forward. Price gets his body in the right position. As Cooper pickpockets Swall. The Santos wanting more from Ata Ibrahim. Rogan to restart. Chipping ball. Russo. The idea was bright. Russo just out of court in the end.
Fitzroy flying out the blocks. Second half saw a second goal in next to no time. Now they have the lead they desire. Now they have to make Moreland sweat. A lot more invention. Side who are a well-oiled machine, who are operating as such. Rogan. Tidy ball, tidy take from Russo. Nepomuceno. Happy to switch for Saul. He's waiting on a runner. Rogan. Russo. Rogan took over and found Saul with some steal. Nepomuceno dropped down the flank. Rogan went central. Dos Santos came to him. Nepomuceno wanted to switch. Saul had gone early, and Jimmy Soufis appreciates the intent. Side playing with a swagger are the reigning champions. This, the night where the coronation ceremony as the kings of the land is well and truly underway. At the moment, Morland aren't spoiling the party. Dos Santos, Cooper. There is still time for that to change, of course. Wanted to return to Dos Santos, but Rogan wasn't rumbled. Price wanted Rogan. He got the flick over Cooper, who was happy to concede ground. Ibrahim, Dos Santos, Pimenta, ready to be placed back into the picture. Ibrahim wants more. Cooper drifting for him. That's how Ibrahim went with height and too much of it for KDS. Fitzroy go direct again. Russo, flick for Rogan, who was given a pull by not one but two and wins a free kick. The call from Jimmy Soufis, give them a left footer. Nepomuceno on. Strictly for striking purposes. Can Nepomuceno produce a Curacao and cracker? Froth not required. And what was a sweltering Sunday has now turned into the kind of manic maelstrom outside that only Melbourne has to offer. What was basking sunshine is now pouring rain.
You can finally feel some relief to the hot box that DCSS was only an hour ago. I'm sure the players are enjoying it also.
Just in time for the Classico. Enough heat on court, you have to cool things off somehow. This place resembled a sauna for the early kickoff. Rogan's free kick to resume things. Taken for Nepomuceno. Dos Santos read the plan and was up to the blueprint. And as mentioned, he was there for striking purposes only. Harry Robotis, the one reinstated. Saul has a breather. Rogan goes long. Cooper nods it for Pimenta, who decided to take the turn on. Happy to recycle it to Adam Cooper. Ibrahim. Around Robotis, cut it back for Pimenta, who couldn't get it out of his feet before Parthamos got a poke and steered it on for Robotis. Rogan's marching, Robotis firing, and was a whisker away from 3-1. Breakneck and bullish from Fitzroy.
Pimenta. Can Morland extinguish his quick fire futsal, which hasn't been slowed down by the champions? They're playing at a rate where they're definitely looking to add to the tally. Leading by a goal. They have the ascendancy on the seesaw right now. Ibrahim wanting to carve through. Batagos gets the ball. Cooper happy to recycle. Pimenta. Ibrahim. Cooper. Takes a shot on Cooper. Rogan. Russo wants to make sure that Rogan goes Bit of exercise down the court. Cooper. Pimenta. Nice first touch. Ibrahim. Pimenta through the gates of Robotis. Risky play. Batagos. Ibrahim. Robotis stepping higher. Cooper back to Apostolakis. Fitzroy really able to put their arm around the Blues and really choke them out in terms of wanting to get creative and find avenues towards goal.
And the reaction from the bench on the succession of that press says it all. The plan executed perfectly.
Cooper away from Parthamos towards Batagos. That's all it takes for the Blues. Cooper looks as if he's advancing further forward. Ibrahim cuts it off. Was hoping to take the game on. Rogan happy to find solace in a clearance. KDS, Cooper. Batagos. Dos Santos. Cooper. Batagos. Dos Santos. Cooper was a decoy. Peluso got the ball off the captain momentarily. Pimenta back to his keeper, Apostolakis. Batagos. Dos Santos. The Blues remaining calm. They do have possession. Fitzroy having to tuck in a little bit. Cooper, deft touch. Dos Santos, a slide from Rogan. Earns more on the side ball. Luso just nipping on defensive duties into the round his opponents. Rogan. Lofting for Peluso. It's a nice ball to find. That of the rampaging number 9. Pimenta has to get her out of a very tight situation. Dos Santos, nifty. Cooper dispossessed. And a chance for Parthamos. Robotis led the high press. Apostolakis couldn't clear his lines. Cooper at the other end. Chests it on towards Pimenta. In style. Pimenta will manufacture a corner.
2 Moreland moments. One of utter head loss. The other nearly made headway. Adam Cooper's corner. Pimenta to have a hit. Stung the palms of Price. Robotis was rugged. Pimenta kept pressing. Him and Rogan entangled. Enrique Pimenta wins out. Wanted to switch for Cooper. It was cleared only as far as Dos Santos. Cooper. Dos Santos. And then Rogan clipped in and picked Pimenta's pockets. And what a free kick.
Following that corner, Pimenta earned the game simply came to life. There was a lot of, how would I put it, a fair amount of possession where it wasn't exactly doing much for either side. It was Fitzroy upon the heavy press, Morland wanting to keep the ball. Following such, the Blues realised they've had possession but haven't done too much with it, so they had to go. And as the ball was in transition, Fitzroy happy to earn the foul and regain some territory following the foul.
Having played some pretty futsal for portions of this second half, the first real showcase of Moreland urgency after the break. They need to show some more of that. Fitzroy finding a way just to relieve the pressure whenever it seems to build. Parthamos couldn't place it for Peluso. Cooper nodded it for Dos Santos. Cooper out the other way for Pimenta. Adam Cooper. Moreland, again, methodical. And the dummy from Baragos was not on the same page as Dos Santos. Looking at a side who
are still figuring it out against a well-oiled machine. And Rogan's ball off the railing. Just as Robotis was looking to wriggle in all on his own. Baragos. Cooper. Went with height. Price came. Parthamos had to be sure, and Peluso took a tumble.
Oof. Initially, it looked as if Peluso might have dislocated his entire leg. Glad to see the number 9 up and about, but it looked very unconventional, his landing.
Cooper, Pimenta. Always slicing, always rising.
Too quick for his own good, perhaps the number 9 of Fitzroy.
And here he is again. Peluso. Beyond Bayrakli and into the palms of Apostolakis, who was waiting patiently and was quick to go for Kevin Dos Santos. Saul got a flick, and Dos Santos got a shove from Robotis. Cooper might have a look. Bayrakli was lurking and couldn't steer it goalwards. Robotis hammers away. Much to Moreland glee. Cooper, Pimenta. Momentum swinging, pendulum shifting. Cooper once more, Dos Santos on the switch for Bayrakli. Step Robotis, and Dos Santos' dummy was only to the touchline.
Cooper and Dos Santos not acknowledging each other in that passage. Miscommunicato.
Saul got it back from Russo, and then gave Cozzy one in the channel via a clip. Rarely in the Classico we've had a moment without explosion for quite some time. Cooper, Dos Santos. It's been calm, patient process. Here's Enrique Pimenta. Peluso wins out again, and Peluso's going all the way, stayed on his feet and then was bundled. And for Pimenta, 4 it is in the book. Fitzroy can't fathom it.
You can't blame them. You almost can't blame them. Pimenta had a lot of Peluso as Christian was staring directly at Apostolakis. Pimenta just held him saying, don't go, you can't go, you're not allowed to go. Kabzabas will say that the advantage was played from that of Peluso as he ran from Pimenta. Malcus Yaris is having a chat to those around him in the Fitzroy bench. Regardless, the cannon, Elias Parthamos, loves these situations. What can he do here for Fitzroy? It's Parthamos! Insert the roar of the Fitzroy contingent built up in DCSS. It's their golden boy, the prodigal son of Elias Parthamos, who fires in his second.
Goal scorer for Fitzroy, number 6, Elias Parthamos.
He's chasing a hat-trick. Moreland chasing a 2-goal deficit. They've done this before, the Blues. It's been some time in between drinks for the Tigers. When can you recall if the last time it was Fitzroy who reigned supreme over the Blues? It hasn't happened in some time, and mind you, their most recent encounter, the Blues had given Fitzroy their only blemish in the second season of 2025.
Have to go back 2024. Last time Fitzroy had it over Moreland like this. For my time here.
It hasn't happened in Darebin yet. Could tonight be that night? Bayrakli had to hustle to get back. Ibrahim and Sewell come together. Still time for the Blues, but that possibility just dangling over their heads. They, I'm sure, would want to remain perfect against their longest rivals here in Darebin. The Fitzroy are looking confident. Swool. Ibrahim tussles well. Tigers corner. Taken quickly. Dos Santos just wanted to hack it away. Came together with Pimenta. Blues trying to come forward. Peluso getting stuck in. Barakli. Gets up, gets it back, gets going. Ibrahim. Dos Santos. Barakli. Ibrahim. Price sees it all the way. Peluso. Swool. Ibrahim. Russo cuts it off. 3 against 2 now for Fitzroy. Russo has Peluso! And Christian Peluso for the Fitzroy Tigers. Puts it through the gates of Apostolakis. And the champions are running away with it now.
Goal scorer for Fitzroy, number 9, Christian Peluso.
A timeout has been issued by the Blues bench. The wheels slowly coming off. There's still time in this, and they've done it before. Moreland, but Fitzroy have a 3-goal buffer as we cross the timeout. The Blues have composure in these situations, but it's no daring assumption that they'd want to get proactive sooner than later. Trailing by 3 goals. Fitzroy really stretching out their margin. But you simply in these contests cannot think of the unimaginable. Anything can happen. And Mourne have time to turn it back into their favour on the scoreboard.
And they have a free kick. Post timeout. Cooper over it. The move has to come immediately. Time is not their friend. Moreland can't afford to waste it. Pimenta back post. Atai Ibrahim in the mix-up. Kevin Dos Santos lurking. Out left. Could this be another Adam Cooper cracker? Cooper rolled it, Russo read it. And Cooper's retreat prevented Russo from sauntering through. Apostolakis went long. Atai Ibrahim had nobody other than Corey Sewell centrally. Russo not beyond Cooper. Rogan. Fitzroy under 10 minutes from the perfect start to the season. Title defence kicked off in the most terrific of ways. Rogan set it back for Russo. Rogan again once more. This time couldn't steer it the way of Sewell. Pimenta. That's Ibrahim. If there is frustration, Moreland must not show it. Braybrook, Dos Santos. Wants to charge at Nepomuceno. Dos Santos threaded. Pimenta placed it back for Atoy Ibrahim. Dos Santos. Ibrahim beyond Parthamos, but beyond play itself. After a Fitzroy flurry, wouldn't say it's a rare lull, but a rebolstering period. Dos Santos driving, Pimenta. What does he have to offer? Enrique Pimenta rattled his effort off Russo. It would be the first time in 5 that Fitzroy beat Moreland in the league, if it is to stay this way. First time in Darabin. That's Ibrahim, lost out. Russo placed it, Nepomuceno marching, Apostolakis arriving and clearing. It would too. Continue a proud unbeaten run. Tigers with only 1 defeat in half a year. Incredible run of consistency. Rogan went looking for Russo. Wasn't quite able to find him. And you have to think what this must mean for Jimmy Soufas and for Gabriel Zeballos in the other camp as well. If it is to stay this way. That's a lovely ball from Atoy Ibrahim. Barragos, Dos Santos drilled. Price got a leg and got down well. Parthamos happy to hammer it away. You wonder, when will they go to 5th man? Will they do it at all? It seems as though it is the only way. Atoy Ibrahim charging at Parthamos. That's Parthamos happy to block.
No Ahmed Swadan for the Blues. He's had to ensure he bought his flight back to Sydney. He was telling us, he thought all the truth was sarcasm, but no, he's not in the building. He's gone. Barragos has more of a say in this one now following the omission of Swadan. Fitzroy finding the Blues to being resourceful, going long, trying to unlock them defensively. Isn't really an option right now considering how deep Moreland have to play. What a duck it will be to break for Jimmy Soufas and company. Being 2 years running, the benchmark men's club in the country. On a national perspective, they weren't, up until, as it currently stands, if it remains that way, a side who has beaten Moreland upon a Darabin Community Sports Stadium court. And that's what Moreland, I'm sure Ethan, if they are to galvanise themselves back into the contest, mentally at least, need to echo amongst their bench. This lot have won everything. They have not beaten us on this court. Even though they've won the league recently, we've beaten them on this court. The only club in this country to do so. They're looking for that extra bit of motivation to perhaps inspire a comeback. It would surely have to be that, you'd assume.
It'll be the option they're searching for. You can't down tools yet for Moreland. They still have plenty of time. And as we've seen in this game, anything can happen. Fitzroy were 5-2 down. They came back to draw 5-all. I wouldn't write them off just yet.
Parthamos having quite the game, the cannon, on a plate for Scott Rogan. Apostolakis called upon once more. Russo from the corner. Rogan receives short. Falters to Parthamos. Onto his left. That would have been his hat-trick.
And he's been in the mood all night, Elias Parthamos. He's shifted with a bit more pace in his step. He's looked suave, he's looked nimble, agile, the cannon. Scary to add another weapon to the arsenal.
Ibrahim and Cooper getting very short with their passes. Robotis earns possession back. Has Peluso. Hits the frame of the goal again. Fitzroy itching closer to their fifth. They've had two genuine looks. The frame of the goal. The vital and last intervention preventing them from another goal.
And Peluso was queuing up to tap that in at the back post. Fitzroy firing on all cylinders from night one. Atay Ibrahim. His goal kick started it all. Having his effort deflect out. Adam Cooper. Ibrahim once more. Threaded for Barragos, who couldn't spin Peluso. It has been imperious. Up until now from Fitzroy. Postolakis had to palm. Some may even say regal from the opening week. Rogan, Peluso. Had to hit himself, but Postolakis again stung, but again not up to the task. Pimenta given one in a position of particular peril, now having to dance his way out. Parthamos rolling, set it for Rogan, blocked by Cooper. Pimenta and Rogan now charge. Enrique wins out on this occasion. Robotis in retreat, Parthamos pressing. Atay Ibrahim moving. Adam Cooper beyond one, not beyond Rogan. And Price has a lot of footing.
Price just not sure where to go. And Peluso, full of life, looking for a second. Peluso finds his second. And Fitzroy are torching the script of Morns being invincible against them on a DCSS Stadium court.
Goal scorer for Fitzroy, number 9, Christian Peluso.
Can't wipe the smile off his face if you tried.
Emphatic from Peluso. And it has been 5-star Fitzroy futsal from night one. From the very off. The Tigers have shown teeth, they've shown mettle, and have pounced on any bit of a lack of more than poise. Outstanding, truly. And Christian Peluso getting himself amongst it, getting himself off the mark. Moreland still wants to say, Adam Cooper drilling. And it took a fine flick to go away for a corner. Ibrahim's take. Cooper thought about it. Rogan went out to meet him. And he couldn't re-find Atay Ibrahim. For Moreland, where do they go from here? What is next? How do you regroup? How do you regather? Price looks long. Robotis was lurking, and Robotis nearly plucked it. They may not be back to the drawing board, but for Gabriel Zeballos and co, the former in particular, this will sting. They will hope, not for quite some time. Cooper, Dos Santos. Have Moreland maybe, just maybe. Got one last throw of the dice at them. Cooper's given away to Robotis. Fitzroy is surging. Robotis is rolling his way forward. Sauntering is Parthamos. What a save, Apostolakis. Elias Parthamos denied a hat-trick by Apostolakis, pulling one out of the hat.
Well, it was ominous when Jimmy Sufas said to his team following their third goal, go have some fun. And since then, it's really been all one-way traffic. The Blues not able to really galvanise themselves and get into the game. It's been real evident that Fitzroy came into tonight with such a plan which they've not put a foot wrong within.
Well, Scott Rogan is down. Having had that landing rather hard. Fitzroy's skipper is not feeling all right. He's gripping at that quad. May have been the landing. The force of it. Rogan back on his feet. Albeit moving a little gingerly. Says he's all right. Continues at a hobble. Oscar Bryant getting prepped. Perhaps precautionary. Fitzroy will hope it's precautionary. Rogan takes to the bench and immediately converses with his manager. And now wait on the restart. Scott Rogan being tended to. Adam Cooper at the moment personifying the maze that Moreland have been in tonight. The big one, always billed as it. Looks as though for the first time in Darebin, it's going to be Fitzroy's. Bayrakli's chesting, Price picking up. Now Bryant. Threaded it for Saul, and it was well read by Dos Santos, who had to get the intervention. On for Atay Ibrahim. Switch for Erkan Bayrakli. Saul swung a leg, Bayrakli went again, and now Peluso's on the march. Dos Santos in retreat, it fell for Bryant. He's on for Parthamos. Cooper holding him up. Saul. Peluso. Oscar Bryant was darting and sliding on his own and couldn't quite find a sixth sense.
Bayrakli. Is there anything late for either side? Cooper. Russo. What a way to kickstart your title defence. Fitzroy looking bang on the money. That's an early implication of how they're going to go about proceedings. It's like they never exited the court. And the Tigers, they look well and truly at home. Lots of futsal remaining in the season, but what a way it is to start your campaign. The Blues will take solace in that. They know tonight wasn't their best. They have a lot of opportunities prior to tonight to rectify. Nothing to take away from performance of Elias Parthamos in particular from Fitzroy. He was a colossus in this one. He had everything to do. Equalised at one stage. Scored from a free kick to ensure some security on the scoreboard. Was inches away from a hat-trick. And not to forget about the inclusion of Corey Swall. How strong Fitzroy look once he's returned and playing amongst the likes of a Bryant or a Peluso. How much he gets out of those around him that aren't in those senior positions yet. Real well-rounded team performance, not to take away from the likes of Russo or Rogan. But how layered Fitzroy look with the likes of Swall amongst the ranks is pretty ominous to the rest of the competition.
This is the benchmark. The gauntlet placed, thrown down, the blueprint laid out. And Oscar Bryant, again on the slide, again steering over. But Fitzroy sending a clear message. Catch us if you can. Imposing. on opening night. Time ticking down. Adam Cooper, Atay Ibrahim, happy to hold out the time. Crowned reigning champions at the end of the season just gone. The title defence could not be off to a better start. Dominant, destructive, demonstrative and delightful. A 5-star showing, a clear message sent, a statement of intent. The Classico swings to blue and canary for the first time in Darebin. Fitzroy, ferocious, fiery, fantastic. Full time at DCSS. Moreland 1, Fitzroy 5. the final instalment of opening night. 2 left to have a look at. A Pascoe Vale side who are yet again building with the project. Maurizio Novak departed in the off-season. Aidan Chachi's on the touchline in charge. Tonight, his first look at management as they go on against Melbourne Aku, a side who made a bit of noise in the transfer market, plenty of activity. And one making noise was Sakawel Jarian, left Fitzroy. Was a tiger, now a lion. Yet another in a stream to make that move. He joins Michael Newen, Mazen Abdullah as well, Kevin Lamb, all of whom traded Fitzroy Canary and Blue for Pascoe Vale Black and White. For Aku, an entirely new look season. This was a team who achieved highly last campaign, were in and about the top 4 fight for a lot of the season. But in the end, the wheels fell off. QE Mew & Co will be hoping that that isn't the case. Joe Akon on the touchline as well. The closing act to the start of it all. The final bit of the first chapter. Kevin Lamb's marching. Lucas Grigg is launching. And he found Jarvis Gin with his clearance. Michael Newen on to Sakawel Jarian. Lamb. Dewey Newen. Now Michael Newen has Irwin to charge at. Noah Mark came across. Pascoe Vale won a corner. They protested, took a flick. The officials don't see eye to eye. Another new addition for the Lions, Darcy Skopolidis, who will come from the bench. Was at Western United for quite some time. For everything which went on there, he now finds his home as part of the Pride. Irwin stepped beyond while Jarrett, Newen flew in. He found Francis Marr. Angelatos. Noah Marr. Aku wanting a patient approach. Irwin, hustled by Kevin Lamb. A real bite in the Pascoe Vale press in the first 2 minutes. A big season. One where they will look at the result just gone in the Classico. Both of these sides will look at Moreland, will look at Fitzroy, and perhaps consider themselves an opportunity to be in the pack. The chance of the chase can sometimes prove too good. And Kevin Lamb stings the palms of Lucas Grigg. Pascoe Vale have a corner. Dewey Newen's take. Michael Newen peeled across and they'll do it all over again.
Pascoe Vale in the off-season, Ethan, went and got their man, Sakawel Jarian, in Pascoe Vale attire.
Kevin Lamb wanted to thread it full well, Jarian. It was cut by Francis Marr, who's gone round Michael Newen and flashed his effort wide. Explosive from Francis Marr. Here's well Jarian. Another in a long line. Gone from Fitzroy to Pascoe Vale. A big move, Adam, one which made head waves. How do you think he'll adapt to life?
I think he's already adapted really well. He was important in their Series Futsal Victoria Youth Championship victory, the Nationals, which happened over January, beating Hume in the final at Brunswick, and his free kick to win it, Ethan, mind you, amassed more than 1 million views on social platforms. Mind you, a week later, he went to the Gold Coast representing the men's Victoria Tigers side and scored the decisive penalty in the final. So big game player Sakawel Jarian is on court tonight.
Some say ice runs through his veins. That free kick, freakishly good. One way to make headlines. Just after the move, he finds Kevin Lamb. Wants to charge at Angelatos while Jarian wants more. This time couldn't quite find the return for Lamb. An important calendar year for both of these sides. Aku themselves have strengthened. Many are signing. They have lost Enzo Campagna, which will damage their ranks. He in particular was a shining light last season. Big part of why they started so strongly. QE Mew & Co, they'll want to stop the fizzle out again this season. Ma. Noah finds Francis. Scoville holding firm. Noah Ma again. Those two linking up down the line. Ma rotating. Owen stole a yard while Jaron came across.
Irwin has the deep side ball. Francis Ma. Noah Ma, the package. Angelatos back towards Ma. Considering how today's conditions have been conducive, lots of froth on the court. Lamb away from Irwin. Lamb wanted something for it. Irwin had a fair chunk of his shirt. Cries lights out. Lamb side ball while Jaron kept lofting. Dewey Newen on court also. He had a very busy opening campaign to last year's championship competition for Western City. Still getting familiar with life at Pascoe Vale. You'd assume this year he'd have more of an improved role amongst the Lions ranks, given some restructuring in terms of player personnel.
He's got a massive role to play this season. Pascoe Vale are to push on as they want to.
Old Jaron was momentarily in behind. Irwin jostles and gets possession back. Here goes Noah Ma. Newen readjusting his position. Has the composure. Does Mickey. Newen. Michael Newen. Shipping, trying to find Dewey. Lucas Greig with his voice commands the ball. There's the return of Angus Angelatos. Haven't seen him in some time. I believe he was in Scandinavia, of all places. Formerly of Western United. He's inside the area now. And Newen has to shut him down.
There's two Angelatos brothers providing a lot of flair, a lot of legs, a lot of energy to this Aku side, a lot of vibrance.
Ball's going to stay alive, and while Jaron will nip at the heels of Ma, back to Greek, who under duress had to get rid. Rizlan with some experience for Aku enters the mix. Newen. Kevin Lamb. Old Jaron. Scopolides enters the mix for Pascoe Vale. Another player we haven't seen in some time. Big Darcy Scopolides. Looks to be more mobile these days. Still in some solid upper body shape, but there's a bit more of a spring to his step.
Cutting a leaner figure. Pascoe Vale will be hoping as well. If he can bring the damage that he did to Western United, player who possesses great strength. And for somebody of his size, a very deft touch. I'll be hoping that he can fire on all cylinders. Jarvis Jin gathered, quickly on for Kevin Lamb. The deadlock still yet to be broken, both of these sides pushing. Michael Newen, while Jaron. Scopolides dropped off and was found. Briefly fancying a charge at his former Western United teammate. Lamb. Scopolides, deft touch, Lamb kept rolling. Grigcombe didn't get there. And it was hooked away from danger by Angelatos at the last.
Really nice move from Pascoe Vale. Lamb was very nifty with his footwork, controlled the ball, and the deft touch over the top of Griggs. Not easy to complete considering how tall the keeper is. Angelatos, the no-nonsense clearance, but the effort from them was going wide.
Andre Caro instated. Pascoe Vale pushing. Newen, Caro, brilliant block from Xavier Fernandez, although he knew not much about it.
He had no right to be there, Fernandez. Caro thought he'd scored. The doctor in prime position. Fernandez with the block.
Well, Jaron, how he would love to make a statement on Pascoe Vale debut. Had Angelatos wondering. Caro, while Jaron has room to drive, shifting, drifting, firing, and Grigg had to parry. While Jarin with an injection of energy. Even side ball. Caro rolling Scopolides central. JJ Law getting ready for Melbourne Aku on the touchline. The Pascoe Vale bench, aside from the Dewey Newen change, unmoved and undeterred. Caro, Newen for Andre Caro, while Jarin has got Angelatos to go at. Ruslan came to shut the door too. Caro, Scopolides, Newen. Spun sharply, then found well Jarin. Michael Newen. This is patient from Pascoe Vale. Caro, Newen. Wanting an opening, working an opening. And eventually it peters out. JJ Law's first minute of the season. His first look at 2026. And Shemazy as well. Also prepping for his first minutes of the new year. Aidan Chachi giving instruction.
Albin Chachi providing waters.
You need hydration on a night like this. It is a swelterer. And well, Jarin, he certainly had some on skates. Scopolides set it back for Caro, who wanted the run. Law read it well, and now Aku can break. Fernandez quickly foraying up with him, as was Angelatos. And Jarvis Jin came through and made sure. And that is always the danger, ever present. The slightest giveaway can expose Pascoe Vale. Aku, so good on the break. Angelatos has picked well Jarin's pockets. Well, Jarin went for a lunge in recovery. Angelatos gave it a hit. Not to much avail. Pascoe Vale wanting to escape the top three. Wanting to climb to at least one off the top. First season of 2025, they look to have found a formula. That turned to frustration last time round. This campaign, yet another clean slate. Which makes it all the more difficult, Adam, to grasp as to where this team is at.
He asked a compelling question, Ethan Rigg. One in which has definitely put me on the ropes a little bit. All sides hard to evaluate at the beginning of a new season. As I had to think about that point, I was distracted by that of the keeper getting vocal with his defence. That was uncustomary. Newen was receiving a full mouthful from Jarvis Jin. Aku certainly look like they're building for the future. No Marcus Fernandez tonight. He's confronted with a bit of a knee injury. Shall return shortly, but everybody's knees seem to be the bees at the minute. Everyone's struggling with that damned muscle. Muscle? What do you call your knee, Ethan? I guess the point of the night where you've been talking for so long, you don't even know what body parts are. As Irwin didn't know where he was, but he didn't have to. As Connor conjured a move forward and Aku have liftoff in season 2026.
Goal scorer for Melbourne Aku, number 4, Connor Irwin.
The crowd goes ballistic as Irwin opens the scoring for Melbourne Aku.
Terrifically taken. A tidy finish from Connor Irwin. Didn't know how he got into that situation, but showed great poise. A real targets finish. And it has Pascoe Vale with a bit to do.
Law. Ma, away from Chamace momentarily. Caro. Scopolides. Irwin gets a foot in. Noah Ma controls the ball for Francis. Law. Newen tracked the movement of Noah Ma, who gets the ball back. And Irwin was streaming away, but so is Mar. Options are going to queue up for Aku. Francis was at the back posts. Irwin went solo. We're seeing more of Irwin now, Ethan, advance further up the court.
And he looks freer in that role, being able to branch further forward. He wouldn't believe his luck. Had 2 chances to him fall in a minute. That one just as good as the first. And he just doesn't catch it as sweetly as he wants to.
Irwin. Ma controls it. Wanted the back heel return. Francis Ma. Law. Ma awaiting the cavalry. Irwin. Pasco on the back foot momentarily. Law. Wasn't sure where the ball had gone. Ma. Law. Aku comfortable and confident being in possession. Pasco Val having to sit off them at the moment. Kevin Lamb back on. What can Cardo and Newen put together? In fact, we won't know because Dewey Newen has replaced that of Michael. Chamace never caught possession.
Just a little bit of a lack of guile for Pasco Vale at the moment. Find themselves a goal down. Still yet to hit a rhythm so far this season. They flew out the traps. Lamb and Wild Jarry had a couple of looks. But since then, it seems to be similar problems. Attacks petering out before they really get going. Mark gave Law one to chase, and he did well. Knowing to get there, and then nearly to evade Lamb, whose second challenge was the more fruitful one. Caro. On to Shemazy. Tiptoed away from Francis Mark. Caro. Lamb. Skipped his way beyond Law! And it required a touch from Lucas Grigg just to steer it away from an on-rushing Dewey Newen. And the froth mop needed. Aku set up. Pasco Vale prowling for a way back into this game. One which has not presented itself as of yet. Shemazy's take. Caro's all the way out. Lamb's on the edge of the area. Newen now shifting. It's set for Andre Caro. Kevin Lamb. Irwin got drawn out. Newen wanted to work a yard, but Connor Irwin's challenge was crashing. Pasco Vale searching for a way back into this game. Sakawal Jarin, who showed bright bursts in his first stint. Newen. And driving, and Noah Marr blocking. Unable to break through a green wall. Lamb's effort blocked too. An almost impenetrable evergreen forest in front of that Aku goal. Angelatos one of them. Irwin. Hit with force for Francis Marr, who got away from Wild Jarin. And then skipped by him supremely. Marr's on the march. Only had Dewey Newen to beat, and those two collide. And inadvertently, Francis Marr gives away a free kick. Lucas Grigg giving the loudest of launches. Lamb, Caro. While Jarin lost out again to Connor Irwin, who is having quite the tidy start. Caro on for Dewey Newen. The next Pasco Vale wave starts. Newen still can't quite march beyond. While Jarin, Caro, Kevin Lamb, Francis Marr 2. Locked down defensively. There is Francis Mark, got it from Angelatos. From one brother, found another. Ma went on the diag, had too much on it. Pascovel really struggling for rhythm in this game thus far. Caro, while Jaron, for Andre Caro again, Dewey Newen. Nearly so well, Jaron short, and Angelatos picked it off. One to another, Jarvis Jin saves, and Caro crashes away.
Falls back to Grigg. Ma. Angelatos. For Angelatos. At the moment, Ethan, it's Ma for Ma, Angelatos for Angelatos. That's the duo of brothers all on court for Melbourne Aku, all playing at once. Bravo, says Irwin. And there's a familiar face we haven't seen in some time. Joe Akon on the Aku bench. We love to see it. Former league commissioner. It's great to see Joe getting amongst some SFV men's and enjoying his time. Of course, the last time we had seen him, he was representing out of Northern Phoenix, and he was nearly completing a shock result against Fitzroy. It was 8-7 the final score. But the test in which Phoenix at the stage had implied upon the eventual champions was foreign. They had many players all come together from higher playing competitions in the Victorian Premier Leagues and National Premier Leagues, mind you. They really put a test to the Tigers, but Fitzroy were able to still shine through no matter who was in front of them that day.
It was an impressive performance, one that maybe gave the blueprint for how teams could look to get at Fitzroy last season. Joe Akon, good addition to the bench alongside Kiwi Mew as well. Strengthens that coaching staff. Always a good presence.
Ma sliding in. Such a tussle for the ball. And all sets of players were unrelenting. While Jaron flicking behind himself. Lamb, while Jaron getting right in the midst of it. An acrobatic. Well, called Scorpion, mind you, Ethan, was the idea from old Jaron instinctively. As Jaden Vong was firmly in the press, he takes a side ball.
Ever so nearly instinctive, inventive and brilliant from Wild Jaron. But Pascovella just started to create a couple more chances and are starting now to take control of this game.
Well, Jaron shifting inside onto his trusty right. Unsided was Grigg. It could have gone anywhere. Saka starting to liven up. Pascoval trying to find a way in. A lot of this first half has come and gone quickly. It's been rather unforgiving, the stop clock. Lots of the ball in play. Newen. Vong. Back to Newen. Well, Jaron likes a one-on-one situation. Could have one here. Poised for Cardo. Grigg had to adjust and he clears with a parry away from his goal.
Well, Jaron's starting to get more and more involved. Things are starting to happen. And Newen looks in that direction again. Caro lets it run. While Jaron has Angelatos to go at. Set it back for Michael Newen. Vong. While Jaron, why not? And he wasn't far away. A matter of inches. Grigg unbothered as it whizzed over the crossbar. He's come the closest so far. Showing a lot of grit attacking-wise. And Aku want handball. and in fact will get it. Well, Jaren had handled just inside the field play. Right there on court. Thought it had gone out. It's a better challenge from Jaren.
He's got some tape around his right knee, does Saka. I wonder what's going on there. If it's anything perhaps impeding him at his full potential tonight.
Ruslan. Angelatos, while Jaren read it and now cut it out. He's on the charge. Angelatos' challenge opens up a 2-on-1. Ruslan's up with him. Jarvis Jin did incredibly well.
Nearly, inadvertently, had a go on his own net, Jarvis Jin. He opted to parry it away from danger while the ball was in midair. He wanted to make sure it went out for a corner. And in doing so, flirted with fire.
Another heart-in-mouth moment for Pascoe Vale's number one. Angelatos is combined. And Jin gets a much more gentle gather this time round. Caro. On for Wal Jaren, who switched sides. Andre Caro again. Newen. Wal Jaren. Again wants to go at Angelatos. Finds Michael Newen. His turn to have a hit. Greg parried down low. And Xavier Fernandez was there just to escort it out.
Another decent save by Greg. Showcasing some more agility. Was able to dive to make the save.
Newen. While Jaren around Angelatos. And now he fancies a tango with both. Newen, Caro! And again they come close.
They're finding rhythm. They're finding their motions. They're finding their set plays. Pascoe Vale. They're itching closer. Each effort just going wide, but they're certainly buying more of them.
Centimetres from an equaliser. Lions are just starting to find their roar again. Irwin, whose goal is the difference. It's a good challenge from Vuong. Fairing we'd had on opening night. Hume got off to a good start. Fitzroy laid the gauntlet down. This is the final showpiece. Plenty of narratives around it. While Jaren's Pascoe Vale debut. And just what this side would look like, what Aku would look like. And how these two go about the launch spec of their season. And at the moment, Connor Owens is a very good one. While Jaren had a stumble. And once more, the mop is needed. Court cleared. Play can resume once more. Darcy Scopelidis back on, as is Dewey Newen. Shemazy. So a triple rotation. Michael Newen, the only one who stayed out. Irwin. Noamar. Threaded for Connor Irwin, but with too much guile.
They travel at such pace, these players. To slow them down, they need almost reverse thrusters, like you'd find on an aircraft. Heavy steps to ensure that they hadn't ended up hitting the wall. Newen, Dewey Newen. Too creative, and now Ma! Following the turnover. Had the best sighting for goal he could have found. Scopelidis getting well acquainted on court. Ruslan. Ma Newen bundles into him. Now Dewey Newen. Wants to swivel. Michael Newen. Scopelidis holding things up. Holding off two players, although play continues. Ma goes in strong. There's no justice, cries Noamar. It was almost in such a way where he was sounding not disappointed, but almost sad.
Special delivery from the package.
Ruslan will jostle off. Francis Marr will come on. Newen. Dewey Newen. Nearing the final 2 minutes of this last first half of the first round. Irwin. JJ Law. Never control the ball. Hasn't really been a spark that's shone too bright yet for Pascoe Vale. It's been very, I wouldn't say lackluster, that's not the right word, but almost a cautious approach from the Lions.
It's been very tentative, the way they've gone about starting this game. Well, Aryans looked the most likely, but it'll be the link-up between him, Newen and Kevin Lamb, in particular in that second half, which could prove to be the turning point in this game, because they have looked rather reserved.
Ma. Trying to go around Shemazy. A lot of fight from the number 18 wearing Sean Hunn's number tonight. Aiden Charchik will issue a timeout. Which was acknowledged by the official. Hence the stoppage. Akuli by a goal, courtesy of Connor Irwin, as we cross to a timeout break. Malcolm Ewan awaits the movement of his cavalry. It's been a slightly flatter affair in comparison to what we've seen so far today. It's been a big day at the DCSS. On court one, it's began with a championship instalment. 6-goal share between Melbourne Aryans and Braybrook FC. Now find ourselves all the way at the final contest. So for the fanatics, lots of futsal. Ticking into what could be our 7th hour. I'm sure those at home still frothing it up. As Marr got juggly with it. Irwin's shot got away. Tune was planted. The net not rippling.
He keeps finding himself in those situations, Connor Irwin, throughout this first half. The timing of his runs is what's getting him into those situations. Same for Sakawal Jarin. He wasn't too far away. Grigg went with a dart. No, Amar went the scorpion. He didn't quite have the same sting he would have wanted. Warning signs of that. First time Aku go direct, and it was damaging. New and found Lamb, who found touch. Well, Jarin, Kevin Lamb, Shemazy. Couldn't get beyond Noamar. Lamb. Grigg protesting no touch. Will be the keeper's ball. Approaching the end of the first half, which, despite its rhythmical, I wouldn't say lacking, but despite its rhythmical shortage, has flown by. And while Jarin is flying now, away from two, Saka while Jarin finds the side netting. The first real spark from Pascoe Vale, thrown right at the end. Oh, Jarin given full rein to go on and drive. Let's go and have a look, and he's found again by Newen. And is marshalled expertly by Connor Irwin. Final half a minute. Is there a late twist in the first half script? Will it be a dream debut while Jarin steered it over? Much to his frustration, much to Pascoe Vale's frustration. It's been that kind of day. Can they go long? And no, Amal actually wasn't that far away. He seems to have worn one for his troubles. He seems to be quite all right. Well, the final acts of the first half. It's been controlled from QEMU's side. Professional. And Pascoe Vale got away. Man was trying to tiptoe. Did so to no avail. They won't mind this. I could have been happy to slow it down. It's been a much more measured, and for a side who are quite young, a very mature first half. It's been managed well. A couple of opportunities. Connor Owen himself might have thought unlucky not to have a hat-trick. Is there one last look? Well, Jarin from range whizzes wide, and that'll be that. Controlled and composed from QEMU's side in Evergreen. Frustration for Pascoe Vale, who grew into the half as it went on, but find themselves a Connor Owen strike behind. Half-time in Darabin. It's Pascoe Vale 0, Melbourne Aku 1. The final instalment of match day 1 for the season is on its final lap. Pascoe Vale have a little bit to do. 1-0 down at the break. Connor Irwin's goal currently the difference. He found himself in many a scoring situation in the first half. It was a first half of caginess, of temperament and of control from QEMU's side. Pascoe Vale pressed, they pushed, although they were unable to find anything potent. I'll be hoping that changes. Well, Jaren's shown glimpses on debut. Kevin Lamb's looked electrifying. But still, the clean sheet remains unblemished. Andre Caro stabbing while Jaren picking up. Wanting to wriggle away from Angelatos. Mark came to lend a helping hand. Set it back for Caro. On for Skopolidis. Tried to drill one and Angelatos blocks. Skopolidis in a hurry while Jaren stumbled and tumbled, and then somehow, someway, had it drop right at his feet before flashing one across the face. Dewey Newen out there. Jarvis Gin in between the sticks has had a couple of saves to make. Lucas Grigg has been the busier of the two, but so far has been up to the task of all which has been thrown his way. Irwin, Angelatos lost out to Skopolidis, while Jaren couldn't quite find the feet of Dewey Newen. A first half, Adam, that was, well, tempered.
Almost conducive to the weather conditions. Subdued. Balmy, warm. Weather to be slow within. Methodical. And it's been much of the latter so far in this contest, although it was overheard at halftime. Andre Caro was talking to his Pascoe Vale players saying, we're going to have challenges this season. We're in a challenge right now. Each game is a challenge. It's about our character to overcome them. The doctor trying to use some words of wisdom to inspire his players. Let's see if those on court can find some motivation within them.
Well, Jaren's answering the call. Skopolidis has started tidily. Still a plethora of options on the bench. Irwin, Angelatos. Again looking to drive. Aku's approach. Calm, possession-based. On that occasion, just a little bit scratchy. Andre Caro. One who's never going to shy away from a challenge. Dewey Newen, Skopolidis. Caro. Newen, Caro. Tried to sort a way through while Jaren went with whip and too much of it for Skopolidis. Trickles its way out of play. That has been the story of the eve so far for Pascoe Vale. Grigg went long, Caro nodded to safety. Angelatos takes Irwin, wanted the corner, while Jaren with some force, but a good challenge him. The kind of close, cagey affair you expected it to be, especially to round out opening night, having seen what has been laid down before them. Aku know this is an opportunity, a chance here to really take the wind out of Pascoe Vale's sails. Another busy off-season. Another decibel smashing amount of noise made. And at the moment, Aku holding firm. While Jarin, again with wonder. Andre Caro on the setback. It flew through the hands of Greek and then refound in via Angelatos.
Caro trying to really get those around him up and about. 3 important points available for both sides. If Pasco Vale are any glimpse to in the title picture, you feel as if they have to be perfect until they face the likes of Maundon Fitzroy. In front of them right now, Melbourne Aku, who overnight have somewhat emulated the work which Pasco Vale have completed in recent seasons. Both sides beating Moreland. Both sides, you could argue, competitive against Fitzroy. Both sides on a trajectory to build and be not just a prospect of the title picture, but firmly within it. That's an interesting comparison, Ethan. It's a hard question to decipher all on a broadcast, but perhaps we need some answers from those from both sides regarding it. But in terms of growth, both are growing at a different rate. Pasco Vale wanting to be a place a bit perhaps sooner than later. Aku wanting to build a more long-term project, but I might ask you, Ethan, there's no right or wrong answer, not to put you on the spot, but I'd like those in the comments, if they're listening, to let us know their thoughts. Who's in more of a position to challenge for the title? Is it Aku or Pasco Vale? I can't conclusively rule out either side, but there's claims from both clubs that they're definitely within the mix, and well, their ambitions would be to challenge the likes of Maundon Fitzroy.
Two very different ones. We might get back into it as well. Jarin's wandering and lashed his effort just wide. Just to return to that, 12 months ago, if you'd asked me, it would have been Pasco Vale as a no-brainer. A year down the track, it just doesn't look so rosy for the Lions. Not saying that the garden is without bloom. Arguments for both could be made. And I'm sure both would like to hear their arguments out. Who wins tonight gets a good step. Michael Newen's touch was too heavy. And Lucas Grigg came to gather. It's a very interesting predicament. It's two very different models of futsal. Aku built with youth. Aku built with the idea of assembling a squad and building them through time. Pasco Vale, it certainly felt like last year in particular, went all in. And that is where they stand. Locked level, both on a trajectory that certainly isn't downward. Oh! Aku's bench incensed, while Jarin wins a free kick.
Well, Jarin likes these situations. He's relished in them in recent history. Newen and Lamb delegating the free kick, but it's a safe assumption. Well, Jarin is going to let fly. They need something to Pasco Vale. They've been a bit stagnant, a bit silent, a bit reserved. This opening 25 minutes of stock clock futsal. Pristine opportunity here as well. Jarin puts his head down. He got to work. His effort was grounded. And Price was well rounded. Grigg, rather the man to be there for Aku. Newen's corner. Well, Jarin. Newen wanting a corner. He won't get it, the captain.
That's where Pasco Vale play their best futsal. When they try and play with pace, when they use Wild Jarin, and they use Newen, especially Lamb as well through the flanks, when you get those intricate link-ups, they're able of carving teams apart. They just haven't gone through the gears quick enough so far.
And Vuong couldn't get round that of Francis Ma.
Another outing for the froth mop. It's been that kind of evening.
I think all the air has been taken out of DCSS, considering it was vibrant, it was buoyant before. Now it's really at a calm before the storm, you might say. It's rather cagey, it's rather quiet, it's rather, if anything, not quite like SFV. Up to its usual standards of being full and ferocious. It's been a fast game, it's been a well-paced and tempered game, but dare I say, everybody perhaps feeling the, well, conditions of DCSS. It's sticky, it's muggy, it's like Singapore in here. It is very warm, and the court is very slippy, which might be just preventing players from going at their fullest.
And you don't want to risk injury either. Match day 1 of the season on a court that's sticky, slippy, and steamy conditions. I think there's a lot being held back as well at the start of the campaign. Some teams maybe not wanting to show their full hand just yet. Either way, it's a rather strange end to opening night.
I always say it, stranger things can happen. As Nguyen flicks. Fong tried a scooping header. That's something we don't see every day. Well, Jaron has a lot to get around. Nguyen. Lamb for well Jaron. If he can get his shot right. It might have been there, Nguyen, it was for him. And he hadn't got it the way he wanted.
Seems to be the summation of the evening so far for Pascoe Vale. A lot of creation, a lot of opportunities, but still that finishing touch is lacking, and that's a giveaway. Lamb's on the charge, Francis Marsh shut the door, and Law came across just for atonement. Grigg quickly with guile, Nguyen nodded it. Lamb's touch invited Vuong, who's got, well, Jaron one more. Lamb's on the switch, Nguyen's arriving. Michael Nguyen within range, and he wasn't far away. Gave it a firm hit. And again, just over the bar. While Jaron's chest allowed Ruslan to pick it up, forced a save out of Jin. Law on the rebound. While Jaron, just for a moment, had Lucas Grigg worried. Just as it dipped devilishly. The keeper might have been backpedaling with caution. Lamb lost out. Law with a tidy flick. Ruslan. Well, Jaron's challenge is excellent. You can't fault the defensive effort of either of these two teams. For all the attacking missteps, both have been resound and sound in defence.
To really give a clear picture of how conducive the conditions are in here right now, Kevin Lamb is saturated. Not as if he's sweating here and there. The man is drenched. It is warm.
Here is Kevin Lamb. Charging at Mark. Grigg wrong-footed and readjusted well. Corner taken. Cleared only as far as Nguyen. Kept it on for Wild Jaron. Lamb was down the line, while Jaron fancied a look at Law, set it for Nguyen, who sorted his feet out, only for it to be stolen from him. Law's on the march, 2 are up with him, Fong the first one back. And Pascoe Vale see off the danger. The game's picked up in pace. The tempo now starting to shift gears. Nguyen, Vuong. Tiptoeing, Law. Prevented the corner. Vuong being told to take a few yards. Lamb, while Jaron's shifting. Still trying to find a way. No, Amar got a foot in, then got away from Michael Nguyen. Showed too much and allowed Wild Jaron to win it. Nguyen, Vuong. Nguyen and Marhava coming together while Jaron went to slice it through for Vuong. And it was hit with vigour. And Vuong just couldn't quite get there. And Galatos. Irwin nearly lost out to Lamb and now can drive. Francis Mars on his own and scores. Aku have the second they've searched for and have doubled their lead.
Goal scorer for Melbourne Aku, Francis Ma.
Tidy. They withstood all the pressure possible. With one opportunity on the counter, Francis Ma tucked home with poise. Lamb with a lovely loft. And Greg alert to it. Angelatos now to drive. Newen in retreat. He's got options left and right. They nearly walk it in. Caro with an important clip. And Jarvis Jin just got in the way. Pasco Vale, however, on the ropes.
They've had to resort to some fresher legs that we haven't seen so far tonight. The Lions resorting to what's within their arsenal. As Newen caught it off the volley, glides along the ground. Cardo, Lamb, chance might open up. Newen. Lamb, Cardo wanting movement to be quicker. Noamar uses his body. Abdullahi Awal, the man on court. Irwin not away from Lamb. Stepping inside is Kevin Lamb. Shot just cascades over the crossbar. It's always a tight encounter between these two. Aku having Pascoval's number for a while now as Dewey Newen has Michael Newen back to Dewey. And Lucas Grigg keeps it out. It's the dismay of the Charchies. Jarvis Jin getting vocal. Something we can't say we've seen before.
He's had a frustrated night, Jarvis Jin. It's not the first time he's voiced his disgruntlement.
Jin back to Newen, not finding Dewey. It's just stumped everybody on commentary, I believe. That
it's not something you expect to hear.
No. Wasn't impressed. Regardless, Newen. Dewey Newen. Michael Newen. Cardo. Credit to Aku this evening. They've certainly lived up to the billing of the contest. They've come with a decent idea of what they want to try achieve. And in all honesty, they've really stifled the Lions and attempting to play their brand of futsal. I can't say, Ethan, in full transparency, we've seen Pasco Vale so far this evening play at their highest calibre, because it doesn't look as if they're playing with much fluency at the moment.
It is a team that lack fluidity at the moment. The attack is quite stuttery, not so much uncertain, but it's a sign of a side who are still gelling together. We've seen it many a time on opening night. We've seen it many a time tonight as it is. As Michael Newen forces a save out of Lucas Grigg. They have glimpses. It comes and goes in flashes where it looks like it comes together. But that's all it's been. Whereas for Aku, the difference is their attacking play has been more tangible.
Dewey Newen. Michael Newen. It's been flashpoints to Paco's game tonight where you can see what they're trying to achieve. And it could be on here with Cardo. That's more provocative. That's better. That pendulum needs to be slung quickly. And that would have been the complete pendulum swinger if a while was to steer home.
Well, just leaning back. He's hit on the turn, turned over. Fernandez lost to Dewey Newen. Pascoe just sensing some momentum. Michael Newman flying in. Noah Marr did well. And Galatos goes on the march. But they run out of room. Timeout slip poised. Final 10 of the game. Pascoe have to find 2, at least. And unfortunately, that's not going to help things. All the little moments, all the little flashpoints, culminating right now in a cauldron, a furnace of frustration. And one that is raging for the Lions. I hope it doesn't boil over. Aku keeping their cool. Mar drilled it into a wall. Newen took it down. Fernandez first on the scene. Angelatos, one to another. Ball stayed alive. Caro chested, clipped. Ui Newen was given one to chase. Angelatos nodded out to be sure. Hayden Charchi might want a timeout. Slip handed. Next available, you would imagine. A while. Dewey Newen. Shemazy. Back for a while. Can they find a way? Can they get some graft? Shemazy couldn't find Caro. You have to give credit to Aku, who have been almost faultless so far this evening. Angelatos, Ruslan clips out, and that will be that. Pascoe Vale will have timeout. 2 down, 1 added, thanks to Francis Marr in the second half. The Lions have got a mountain to climb when we come back. As we get a timeout, it's Pascoe Vale 0, Melbourne Aku 2. Return from timeout. Pascoe Vale with a lot to do. For Melbourne Aku, though, opening night is going swimmingly. They look like they could have had a third on the counter. And any given opportunity. Skopolidis finds Caro on the switch as well. Jarin. Unfortunately, Adam, that rather sums it up so far for the Lions.
To their credit, they're trying to remain positive. They won't take any perhaps negativity or frustrations from those within their camp. Jin perhaps showcasing a bit of that early. Body language on the bench tells a story. Still time for the Lions. Big test their character early in the season. Aku living up to impressive performance so far, while Jaron, you know, when the whistle starts sounding against him, doesn't bode Saka well.
All that frustration, maybe just starting to boil over. Well, Jaron having a word, and well, Jaron in the book for that word. And still, he argues the point. much to the frustration of Aidan Chachi, who will need, well, Jarin down the stretch. Well, Jarin in the book for descent on debut. Francis Marr, Fernandez, clipping, and only found Jarvis Jim. Skopalidis now the most forward, Vuong. Skopalidis, Caro, slipping and sliding everywhere. While Jarin, Vuong. Can they find a way? Have they got some sort of guile? Skopalidis beaten away by Grigg. And not for the first time this evening. The mop's needed. Skopalidis' side ball. While Jarin was lurking and driving. Had two in green to block.
Aku have been so defensively sound. They've not given Pascoe Vale a decimal. No space at all.
While Jarin, once again, that green wall is in the way. It's been a setup that's been incredibly disciplined. Not just rigid, well structured, but disciplined. Only given up opportunities from range, really. Nothing of tangible trouble for Grigg. Irwin on the break. Skopalidis couldn't pull him back. It is one of those evenings. Sakawal Jarin, on his debut, doesn't have it going to plan so far for Melbourne Aku. Is this the springboard of a season that we get to see something special? Is it the springboard of a breakthrough campaign? While Jarin sliding for Caro, it was a beauty of a ball. Andre Caro's poke, unlucky not to find the corner. It's better.
They need to start being better, frankly, if they are any chance of coming back and winning this game. Pascoe Vale has to start soon. 7 minutes left on the clock. There's no real time for mucking around or time for allowing yourself to think you have time. It's getting more scarce and scarce if you are to find 3 unreturned goals.
Caro. It's a slide for Vuong. It was cut out by Francis Marr. Thought about the drive momentarily. Set it back for Irwin. Aku's 2 goal scorers. Just linking up in tandem with one another. Marr made his move. Irwin's ball had too much on it before it could find him. Caro. Skopalidis. Just waiting on Vuong to move. It's been a very stop-starty set of attacks for Pascoe Vale this evening. Vuong. Caro. Now Francis Marr had it coming together. And the point is being protested. Michael Newen getting ready. As is Kevin Lamb. Launched long by Irwin. Couldn't quite find Law.
Well, Jarin. Dancing with Marr. Gets around him. Not around Irwin. Skopalidis. The next goal important. And Irwin could be in. Late on Jim was Irwin, inadvertently. And for his efforts, we'll go into the book, says Maria Petrikis.
Purely his momentum that took him into Jarvis Jim. The momentum and the collision in one is the yellow card reasoning. Nothing sinister nor malicious. Connor Owen quick to apologise. And now we'll come for a breather. just as a precaution. In fact, perhaps not. He did get a shout from the bench. That seems to have been waved away.
Chamace. Newen. Lamb. Grigg with a raw. And it could be on here, Ethan. If Lucas Grigg's not to concede, he'll be the only keeper out of all 6 matches today to keep a clean sheet.
It's the way you'd want to start the season. Clean sheets are a rarity. Don't keep many of them as goalkeepers in series futsal, such as the quality. So you take them when they come.
Chamace. Newen. Vuong. Lamb. Aku setting the wall rather firm. Pascoval working on overtime to try and break it down. And with each scenario, Aku really just solidifying their defensive wall, and each time they are to make an interception or get the ball cleared, a real roar sings out from their bench.
Performance of passion from Melbourne Aku on opening night. One where they've been able just to shut Pascoe Vale down at the source, prevent their opportunities and prevent their game style really from taking over. Pascoe Vale haven't been allowed to get into a rhythm. Because Aku's set up defensively has been so good, but they have been on it from minute one. It has been full focus, full energy, and Pascoe Vale haven't been able to play through. Shemazy. Vuong. Newen was dropping off. That ball only found the keeper. Connor Irwin wanted to thread, and in doing so wasn't able to find Noah Marr. Shemazy got it from Newen. Is there a late charge for a Pascoe Vale side who have been docile so far? Aku, on the other hand, have been pragmatic, clinical, and composed. Francis Marr taking no risks.
Lamb. Sliding was Francis Marr. I think he was looking for an excuse to slide along the tarmac. Would have to be all systems go for Pascoe Vale sooner than later. Question mark surrounds whether the Chargers will look to utilise 5th man. As the froth mop gets to work, the Lions have to. Could not hear a pin drop here in the DCSS. Court 1 complex. Nick Parthamos saying he could have sworn chess class ended hours ago. Well, Jaron. Newen. Chemazy. Lamb. That really sums up the night spent for Pascoe Vale to many extents.
Has not been their evening up until this point. There is still time to change it, though that time is dwindling. And the opportunity for them to do so dwindles in and of itself. Angelatos sent well, Jaron. Irwin. Oh, lovely run from Angelatos. Now Michael Newen is down. And seems to be in a bit of discomfort. They caught an inadvertent whack from Noah Marr, who is most apologetic. Certainly with that intention. Newen. Caro. Lamb. Newen. Tidy touch for Kevin Lamb in return. Noah Mar's challenge was good. Angelatos got there. Caro crashed in and cleared. Owen's clearance. Aku in shutdown mode. All about grinding out the result. Would give them a win on opening night. It didn't happen for them in season 2 of 25. They faced Fitzroy. Now, while Jaron and Owen had a coming together, and both seemed to be bad for wear. Noah Mar seems to be ensuring.
Michael Newen getting acquainted with Adam Cooper. Perhaps the sum total of what's really happened in this one. Kisses on and off the court, maybe, between the two. It's been the sum total of what's really happening here. Deep side ball for Pascoe Vale. 3 minutes on the clock. This one really starting to stagnate. Can the Lions dig deep and reach in to the pits of their soul?
There is a game to be had here. 3 minutes for 2 goals is beyond plausible. Pascoe Vale just have to get it to click at the right time. It hasn't done so for 37 of the 40 so far tonight. While Jarin, Caro, again for Saka while Jarin. That one too heavy for Newen. This would be back-to-back opening night defeats for the Lions.
They don't like an opening night. It's really becoming a caveat for them now, Pascoe Vale. They just don't seem to enjoy the opening night fixture. It's haunted them in recent seasons.
Season before that, they had the bye. So it's been a while since a win on opening night. For a side who finished in the top 3 in each of the last 4 seasons. It's outrageous stuff. As Mar is driving, Jarvis Jin got the save in. Lamb kept it alive. Was shifty for Newen, but didn't have the space. You can see the applause. Marcus Fernandez one side, Christian Peluso, former Aku contingent member, had the double for Fitzroy tonight. Appreciating strides being taken by this side. Noah Mar. Lamb hustled. Francis Mar kept it going. Cut back for Noah Mar, who rolled it. It spilled off Jin and off the line by Kevin Lamb. And now there's a counter while Jarin all on his own. Caro the only one coming. Angelatos showed the door superbly. It was nearly, ever so nearly, end-to-end entertainment. Lamb off the line to prevent 3-0, while Jarin had a glimmer, but Angelatos shut the door.
Lamb really ensuring things don't get too ugly. Would have been the exclamation point added to Aku's performance. They weren't far away from the third. Pascoe Vale have not opted to go 5th man, which scratches those, or the brains rather, of those watching, myself included. You're chasing the game, but not be the idea to really try to force the envelope. Not on the cards tonight for the Lions. Nearing our last minute, it would take something here. Aku have been so firm, so unrelenting. Credit to them, they're looking at 3 points. As Newen, Cardo. I feel as if the Lions are exhausted, Ethan, in terms of what else they can try to do. Aku have simply been too on it. Law, Cardle heads it on. Grigg launches, Jin heads away. Now momentarily, it's 3 against 2, and while Jaron cuts it back, Law gets in the way.
Everything Pascavel have thrown at Aku tonight, they've been equal to and then some. It's a side who don't know what more they need to try. It's been quite a sordid end to Sunday.
Ma controlling, has Cardle in his back pocket. Angelatos, last 30-odd seconds left. Can they end with something tangible on the scoreboard? Newen. Cardle. Well, Jaron. Aku looking at moving into a top end of the table following these 3 points they're about to attain. Fitzroy, of course, at the top of the summit with the heaviest win this opening round. Grigg wears it on his beak. These last 11 seconds, we'll have a quick glimpse at the live Series Futsal Premiership ladder. Fitzroy and Hume at the top. Aku shortly there to be on equal points. No draws in the opening round. So no sides splitting points. Carlton Hart yet to play. They take to the court next week. A performance fitting of 3 points for Melbourne Aku. They round out round 1 with a clean sheet intact. The full-time score in the Series Futsal Victoria Premiership Men's Competition for round 1. Pascoe 0, Melbourne Aku 2. That does round out our coverage. We thank you for joining us this evening. Ethan Regan, Adam Palombi signing off until next week. Another bonanza of futsal on display in both the Championship and Premiership. Until then, we'll see you Sunday. Women's, of course, on Friday. For your action, Ethan Regan to take you through it. Until next week, thank you and good night.